Hello. On behalf of the American Association of Colleges of Osteopathic Medicine and the osteopathic medical community, welcome to National Accepted Students Day. My name is Dr. Robert Kane, and I proudly serve as ACOM's President and CEO. First, allow me to congratulate you on your acceptance to medical school.
Hello.
This is an enormous accomplishment
of Colleges of Osteopathic Medicine,
particularly this year,
medical community,
which has been one of the most
to National Accepted Students Day,
which has been one of the most challenging in a century for higher education in medicine. Despite the hardships of this year, there's a lot to be excited about for the future. We put together our first ever national event to recognize your hard work and dedication to becoming a physician. By attending an osteopathic medical school, you'll be joining one of the fastest growing health professions in the country. The osteopathic profession has grown nearly 300% over the past 3 decades. Over 25% of all US medical students are enrolled in a DO school. Between practicing DOs and osteopathic medical students, the profession is 151,000 strong, and you are now an integral part of this community. Thank you for choosing DO. Today, we have an incredible lineup of speakers and events planned for you, and I have the honor and privilege of introducing our 4 keynote speakers and panelists. The decision by these 4 physicians to choose DO have led them to great heights. Dr. Benjamin Johansen, Dr. Richard Scheuring, Dr. Ronak Shah, and Dr. J.D. Polk each serve the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in various capacities. Dr. Benjamin Johansen completed not 1, but 2 residency training programs, one in internal medicine and the second in aerospace medicine, before joining the NASA team as a flight surgeon where he supports medical operations. He's completed 3 deployments to Star City, Russia in support of astronaut training and has served as deputy crew surgeon, providing medical care to NASA astronauts during 6-month missions to the International Space Station. He is currently serving as the program medical officer for the NASA Commercial Crew Program, in which he leads a team of 12 flight surgeons working SpaceX and Boeing missions to transport astronauts to the International Space Station. He is currently assigned as the lead flight surgeon for the NASA SpaceX Crew 1 mission that launched November 15, 2020. In addition to his NASA duties, Dr. Johansen continues to work regular urgent care shifts and serves as a flight surgeon in the Air Force Reserves, assigned to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Dr. Richard Scheuring grew up in Chicago, Illinois, where passions for space and sport laid an early foundation for his future career at NASA. Dr. Scheuring was an Olympic hopeful with his eyes set on gold in track and field. His drive earned him an athletic scholarship to Eastern Illinois University, where he earned a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology and competed in the decathlon. After 3.5 years of intense competition and an unfortunate series of injuries, his dream to compete in the Olympics came to an end. He turned his focus to medicine, trained to become a physician, and went on to run his own family practice and sports medicine clinic in Illinois for several years before learning of the aerospace medicine profession. Realizing he could combine his love for space exploration with his medical career, Dr. Scheuring completed an aerospace medicine residency and earned a Master of Science in Aerospace Medicine at Wright State University. The attacks of September 11, 2001 motivated him to join the U.S. Army Reserve as a flight surgeon. His subsequent extensive military service in Iraq served as the final puzzle piece needed to help him reach his dream job, serving as a NASA flight surgeon at Johnson Space Center, where he now serves as the team lead for musculoskeletal sports medicine and rehabilitation at NASA. Dr. Ronak Shah serves as medical director of the NASA Johnson Space Center Clinic and is responsible for the oversight of clinical services provided on campus. He began his career in private practice until 2009, when he joined the Aerospace Medicine Training Program at the University of Texas Medical Branch. As part of his training, he received his flight surgeon certification from the U.S. Army School of Aviation Medicine. Upon completion, Dr. Shah joined NASA's Human Research Program, working to advance medical system design for future space missions. He has provided operational medical support to NASA astronauts in training, both locally in Houston, Texas, and overseas in Star City, Russia. He is board certified in aerospace medicine and internal medicine, and holds master's degrees in both public health and business administration. He's been serving NASA as a medical director since 2017, where he provides administrative, medical, and academic oversight of clinic operations at Johnson Space Center. And last, but certainly not least, Dr. J.D. Polk is NASA's Chief Health and Medical Officer, located at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. He began serving in this position in November 2016. Dr. Polk is the former dean of the Des Moines University College of Osteopathic Medicine, so he's familiar with the intricacies of medical education and the journey you are about to embark on. Prior to his work at Des Moines University, Dr. Polk was the Assistant Secretary for Health Affairs and Chief Medical Officer of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, assuming this post after serving as the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Health Affairs and Deputy Chief Medical Officer. Before coming to DHS, Dr. Polk was the Chief of Space Medicine for NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. He is the former State Emergency Medical Services Medical Director for the state of Ohio and former Chief of Metro Life Flight in Cleveland, Ohio. To say we are honored to have the four of you here today would be an understatement. Thank you for inspiring the next generation of osteopathic physicians with your journeys, your words of wisdom, and your expertise. With that, I will turn this over to Erin Helbring, ACOM's Associate Director of Research and Outreach, who will lead the panel discussion with our esteemed guests. Erin?
Thank you so much, Dr. Kane, and thank you to our three physicians who are with us now from NASA. At this time, I'm going to actually turn it over to Dr. J.D. Polk after I walk us through a couple of housekeeping items. So for those of you watching or tuning in from near and far, welcome to National Accepted Students Day. You can submit questions for our NASA physicians at any time via the YouTube or Facebook live streams. So once you submit those questions, we'll be sure to get them over to the physicians and have them answered for you live. So with that, Dr. Polk, welcome. Dr. Shah, welcome. Dr. Johansen, welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thanks, Erin. It's good to see you. And I happen to notice that looks like a NASA t-shirt you've got on. Are you repping the colors? Outstanding. Outstanding. Well, Erin, thanks for the invite. And I got to tell you, I'm with three spectacular physicians. Dr. Scheuring's just joining us as well. All three outstanding operational flight surgeons, but also outstanding DOs. And for the students, I imagine you've got questions, and please be no holds barred. What were the challenges we had as DOs? What were the advantages we had as DOs? We have absolute candor, at least with our flight surgeon cadre, and you know, we will not be bashful in telling you what the pros and cons have been and what we've seen in our careers. But certainly this cadre especially has taken their careers to heights that most people don't do. And I know Ben this morning was just talking to the crew on orbit. Not very many physicians have their patients flying at 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth, much less planning how they'll do missions and medical care on the Moon and Mars. And that's part of our daily job, believe it or not, at NASA. And so with that, I'll ask, we'll try to leave as much room for questions as possible, knowing that there might be a lot. And I'll see if the guys want to add anything to my opening remarks here, and then we'll turn it over and see what the students want to say.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Polk. I'll lead off. I just wanted to just mention that I went to Midwestern University, Arizona College of Osteopathic Medicine in Glendale, Arizona, class of 2011. So for any of you out there that got accepted to Midwestern, it's a great school to go to. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time there, and I don't think that was mentioned in my bio. So just wanted to throw that out there for any future Midwesterners that might be listening.
Outstanding. Ronak?
There's nothing against the Midwest. You've got great deep dish pizza out there, but I went to the New York College, and I have some regional bias. Certainly love being in the New York area for almost all of my career, but the drive to work at NASA and pursue the space program shifted me to Texas. I certainly feel that the opportunities, the culture surrounding osteopathic medicine has changed in 20 years. I'm a graduate of the class of 2003 of NICOM, and I certainly believe a lot of the philosophies and ideologies that were instilled or taught to us back then help build a day-to-day foundation for our work. So again, thank you for the invitation. We're very happy to be here.
And Rick?
Hi, everybody. Yeah, thanks for having me on. My name is Rick Scheuring. I'm originally from Chicago, born and raised, and went to med school in Chicago and pretty much did everything my first 30 years until I actually went to Colorado to do my FB sports medicine in Denver at the osteopathic program in President Luke's, and then came back to Illinois and practiced as a small town family practice sports medicine doc for about 6.5 years until 9/11 happened. And then 9/11 caused some course corrections, got in the United States Army, and left private practice to pursue the aerospace medicine residency at Wright State. So after that, went to NASA in 2004, and my life's never been the same. And I got an extremely supportive wife and large family, 5 kids, and I was a private pilot and loved space since I was a little kid, and want to be able to find a way to combine love of medicine with the love of space, and NASA was a perfect place to do that. So, yeah.
So probably only fitting, Aaron, that I should probably say where I went to school, and since I'm probably the oldest of this group, I was also at the founding school of osteopathic medicine, but not when it was founded. So I went to A.T. Still University, and have been at NASA, intermittently with a few career changes to leapfrog and positions throughout the last 20 years. So I really appreciate this strong cadre joining me, especially in light of their mission operations that they're working right now. But we're happy to take questions from the students.
Absolutely. Awesome. So I'm just going to jump right in. We have a question coming in from Melanie, one that we get asked quite often. And, you mentioned it a little bit earlier, Dr. Polk. So did any of you face a stigma surrounding your DO title? And if so, how did you combat it through your education and career?
I'll start off. I did not, probably because I did the bulk of my training in Northeast Ohio, and DOs had been present in Northeast Ohio for a long time. The Cleveland Clinic and others had embraced DOs for some time. So I didn't run into a stigma. There was one time when I was flying in with a patient on a helicopter as the chief of life flight, and I could tell somebody was reading my name badge, and I made sure that they knew exactly what I had done with the patient, and that we had given quality care. And they had asked me, wow, you're a DO, as though that was a surprise. But very soon after my career at the Trauma Center in Cleveland, there were multiple different DOs that were accepted in the emergency medicine residency, et cetera. So I may have been the first there, but I doubt that anybody who's there at Metro or at the Trauma Center now get that same question. So that, I think Ronak had mentioned, it's evolved over the last 30 years of my career. And so I can't tell you the last time I got a question like that, other than 25, maybe 30 years ago. Guys, anybody else?
I trained in the New York, New Jersey metro area. And so, again, the prevalence of osteopathic physicians in that area was pretty high. And so there was a good general awareness. This goes back 20 years. When I moved out of that area and came down to Texas, it was in pursuit of the aerospace medicine program. And I think all of us here and others on our team came because we were just pursuing our passion. It's really, we all have stories of, I loved space when I was a kid. I enjoyed doing this when I was 10 years old. And we were all came here in search of the common purpose. And none of us ever looked at each other with, what title are you? I think it was exactly the opposite, where we were surprised to say, oh, wow, there's so many osteopathic physicians here. This is great. So to answer the question that Ms. Melanie had asked, I don't recall facing stigma around the osteopathic title. So I never felt it was a challenge, never felt it was a hindrance or an uphill battle. And as you can see, you know, our chief health and medical officer, some of our senior flight surgeons, myself, we came to our positions through hard work. And I never faced that battle.
Yeah.
I can add that I have had to educate people throughout my career, whether it's patients or even whether it's faculty at a hospital or a training program. I recall interviewing at an allopathic residency program and had to and got the question, you know, what is a DO? And so it was a little bit of a surprise to me, but I take each of those opportunities to just educate of, you know, what a DO is, what the differences are, how that training and that choice was the right one for me, and how that it also doesn't limit us to what kind of doctor we want to be, whether it's a primary care physician or a specialist. And that there's certain aspects of being a DO that I personally see as being an advantage and bringing an additional skill set to medicine. As Ronak explained, or Dr. Shah explained, we've all chased our passion of space and aerospace medicine, and trying to combine, you know, the medical field with this you know, passion of space that we have. And I have not seen it as a hindrance whatsoever. I've been welcomed, and there's been no questions asked on our capability or our quality of training that we've received. And I think it really rounds out the 20 or so operational flight surgeons that we have working at the NASA Johnson Space Center. We all bring a certain expertise and strengths to the team, and I think being a DO adds to that.
I really appreciate that perspective. And, you know, that's something we hear from truly every physician I've ever spoken with or resident we work with, that stigma really only exists within that pre-med community. And then once as physicians, you really don't encounter that. So thank you for reiterating that. Kind of along what you were saying, Dr. Johansen, about how being a DO has enhanced your practice or given you something extra. A question here. She's interested in whether or not any of you use OMT in your practice with the astronauts.
Let me have Rick start off with that one. Rick does a lot with the rehab and the strength and conditioning. Obviously, with his former Olympic athlete background and his sports medicine background, he's been key into keeping our astronauts strong and healthy and preventing injury. So, Rick.
Yeah, thanks, JD. To some extent, I do. Certainly my soft tissue techniques, killer fingers always comes in handy for headaches, and some of the lower extremity work. Not as much as I would like to, but using OMT on the astronauts has come in pretty handy. When I've been deployed downrange with the Army, using it on my pilots and soldiers, that's come in actually a lot more handy, because unlike being here in Houston, where I've got access to world-class physical therapists and stuff, when you're in Taji, Iraq, and it's just you, OMT works. You find your half a dozen or so techniques you really like, you get really good at them, and you will find a place to use them. And I do. The astronauts, actually, there's been a couple who've so like the sacral or cranial techniques, which aren't necessarily my area. We've had DO flight surgeons come through as Air Force flight surgeon liaisons. The last couple have been DOs, and the most recent one is very skilled in OMT. So he actually had his own patient class, or for the most part, astronauts who would come specifically to see him to get their cranial or their sacral OMT done. So it's not as well known, as well advertised, because it's just a few of us who get to do it. But it gets out there, it gets used. I've used it in Russia when we've been in quarantine. Crew members had sore hamstrings or whatever, or sore low back. I'll do soft tissue countermeasure work, yeah, and it comes in handy. And it's certainly something that my allopathic counterparts just kind of look at you with a quizzical look, like, just give them some naproxen and some muscle relaxants, they'll be fine. Like, no. We'll find that tissue texture energy change and and kind of melt that away with a little counter strain. And like, you talking a different language, dude, but like works. So, yeah.
And Aaron, I only manipulate budgets and strategy and congressionals now. So I'll ask Ronak and Ben if they've got any other inputs.
I'll add that I just for personal reasons, I went to an allopathic residency program. I did internal medicine in Phoenix, just because of location and closeness to family, etc. So because of that, my OMT techniques kind of faded over time. But I will say that it is one of my biggest regrets, that I wish it hasn't faded as much as it has, because I see the benefit of using it for all those reasons that Dr. Scheuring just mentioned with our astronaut population. In many ways, we are kind of like the team doctor for the Corps of Astronauts, and for these very healthy, highly trained individuals, one of their main complaints is musculoskeletal complaints, and from either their training activities or from working out on the level of many of them on the level of elite athletes, so those techniques do come in handy, and I wish that I was more proficient in them and retain those skills. So that's one piece of advice I would put out there, is that if you find yourself really enjoying the manipulative medicine training that you'll get in medical school, don't let those skills fade. You never quite know when you'll need them.
Awesome, fantastic. This one's strictly out of curiosity, and hopefully if I have the question, I think someone else probably does too. But truly, what is it like taking care of astronauts in space these days, and what are some of the most common complaints of astronauts? You mentioned, Dr. Johansen, the musculoskeletal piece, but can you guys speak to this one?
Sure. Most of it's minor. I mean, we don't have Andromeda strains or weird bad stuff happening, in part because the astronauts are so highly screened before they get there. They have to meet very rigid standards to be certified for space flight. So I think one thing that we all agree on is the best way to practice space medicine is very similar to how we practice military aviation medicine. You have a very good preventive screening program. Because usually when you get into an operational environment, you don't have the luxury of having a lot of stuff or training or time to be able to treat serious things. So you reduce the risk of having serious things, heart attacks, strokes, cancer, stuff like that, by doing proper screening. And we have the luxury of NASA being able to screen for most disease, so that when you get accepted as an astronaut at NASA, you're already a very, very, very low risk profile for having bad disease. Now, that doesn't mean in a 20-year career at NASA you won't develop something. Some do. But that allows us to really not have to think about, a lot of bad things. So what we see in space typically is stuff you see from the environment. Astronauts will get foreign bodies in their eyes, and we have some eye wash, and they can kind of float that out. I mean, dirt and dust in the air float, and if you're floating, it's going to get in your eyes. As Ben said, musculoskeletal conditions is probably the number one thing we treat on the ground, but also in space, primarily because the crews are exercising a lot. They're exercising 2.5 hours a day, 6 days a week. And if any of us were in the gym 2.5 hour days, 6 days a week, we would be moaning and groaning about something strained or sore or pulled or something along those lines. So we'll take care of minor muscle aches, low back pain, some different things like that. And those are some of the things. Crews get a lot of rashes on the ISS. Is it because of the dry environment? Is it because there's other things going on up there? I don't know, but they'll get these kind of funky rashes. They respond to topical medicines and they go away. They get upper respiratory symptoms. A lot of it's because of the dryness and again, all minor stuff, but it's kind of the stuff that anyone would complain about down here on Earth. And when you're flying live animals, sometimes you'll get more sensitivity and you'll get sneezing and stuff like that. So you treat them for different things. And again, I think because of a good prevention program, we don't get bad things. But there have been some things on the moon. We had a serious shoulder injury, and we've had a few other close calls, but we've been fortunate to not have a crew member drown in a spacesuit because of the quick reaction of his partner getting him out of that suit when we had the problem with the water in the helmet years ago, or other things. So, I mean, I think that's just kind of touching the tip of the iceberg. My colleagues can definitely share some of their experiences and just highlight. There's always something going on medically, but it's usually minor. It's something you can predict the course, and you have a pretty good handle on how best to treat it, and it does not interfere with their mission. And that's really what our job is, to make sure that a medical condition does not impact crew health or performance.
And Aaron, before Ben or Ronak join in, I'll tell you, Rick touched on it a little bit, but one of the most important pertinent negatives I think that we have is in the 60 years of human spaceflight, we've not had to come home for a medical emergency. And especially this last month in November, we celebrated 20 years on the International Space Station of continuous occupation in space. And every model, every statistic said that we should have had to have brought an astronaut home at least 3 times for a medical emergency, and we didn't have to do that once. That isn't to say that we didn't take care of things on orbit. There have been things like Dr. Scheuring mentioned. We've seen changes in vision and potential for intracranial pressure in astronauts. We've seen other things that have been challenging to maybe take care of long distance and by telemedicine. But we've been very good at anticipating those potential things that would occur. We don't leave that to chance. We have things where we do some analysis in Monte Carlo sims and others to figure out what equipment to fly. But for the last 60 years of human spaceflight, we've not had to come home, and I'll knock on wood, for an emergency. And that's a big thing when you think about how critical deorbiting from space is and how challenging the space physiology is. So Ben, Ronak, anything else to add?
Yeah, I'll add. We have a saying in aerospace medicine that we're treating a normal pathology in an abnormal environment. I'll give you 2 examples of things that are unique to space medicine that most people aren't aware of. And one is space motion sickness. Much like you get seasick on an ocean, when you first arrive in space, your vestibular system is confused. Those semicircular canals are trying to figure out your orientation in that environment. Your eyes are trying to determine what's up and what's down, what's left and what's right. And until the body adapts to that environment, a lot of the astronauts feel motion sickness, which we treat in normal ways. but it's a unique way for those symptoms to be provoked. Another example is fluid shifts. If you, for those of us that are here on Earth, we're in a 1G environment. The majority of our blood and our bodily fluids are down in our lower extremities due to gravity. As soon as you arrive up into a weightless environment, all of that blood that is pulled down or has that downward pull is no longer there, and so it tends to equalize across your body. You get an upward motion of fluid up into your upper torso and into your head, which can cause some of the puffiness that you might see on any of the media events showing the astronauts, or some symptoms of sinus congestion. And the body senses that there's too much fluid, and so in the first few days on orbit, there's a diuresis. The body tends to try to eliminate some of that fluid and set a new baseline. And astronauts have to adapt to that when they arrive up into space. It's some of these normal physiological processes that are provoked in unique ways due to that weightlessness, which makes our job interesting and sometimes challenging.
And Ronak?
The question asked of taking care of astronauts in space, I think we should also address the broader question, and that is taking care of astronauts in general, and how that relates to what we have learned as DOs in school going into that. The philosophy, and I don't know the words verbatim, but I think the philosophy behind osteopathic medicine is it is a foundation of our day-to-day and providing care to our nation's astronauts. They're a very unique subset of the population. And I can tell you, I was in private practice for some years before coming to NASA. And the relationship there is markedly different than what you have here. This is much more personal. You get involved with your patients' dynamics in terms of their academics, their mission training, their families, etc. And so the idea of treating our patients via body, not just body, right, but also mind and spirit, is something we believe in strongly. Spaceflight is demanding. There's no two ways about it. As Dr. Johansen mentioned, we are putting normal physiology into a very abnormal environment, altered gravity, altered pressure, but it is not just the space flight. It is also the training. It is also the intense physical training, the academics, all that one needs to learn to master those skills, and consequently the mental impacts of doing that can be very hard. And so the challenges then spill over to family, to friends, and consequently onto you as a person. By you, I mean the astronauts. And so the NASA flight surgeon is heavily engaged in all aspects of that person's life, their personal health, those ailments, but also family and overall wellness. So in this manner, I feel like we are staying true to that philosophy of treating the body, the mind, the spirit that we have seen, that we've learned about in medical school.
I love that. I appreciate that a lot, Dr. Shah. I have another question here for our incoming physician, or from an incoming physician or medical student. What kind of opportunities are available for physicians at NASA, and how can an incoming student begin to get involved?
I'll give it to the guys to answer because we have rotations down there at Johnson. But I would say the first thing for OMS 1 and 2 is to get their foundations in medicine down. And people often ask, how do you become a great flight surgeon? The first answer is to become a great physician and then build from there. But we do have rotations for the third and fourth year. But I'll turn it over. Ronak, I know you've worked closely with UTMB, same with Ben and Rick. I'll let you guys share what we do with the students, but it is pretty competitive, as you can imagine.
Yeah, thank you, JD. I have had the privilege of working with many students over the past several years, and I get cold calls, emails, random people on LinkedIn just reaching out, and the interest, I can say for a fact, has had a logarithmic growth over the past decade, and I am very happy. I'm in fact elated that I am not applying to the aerospace medicine program now, and that I was able to get in when I did 10 years ago. It just, I look at the caliber of the applications, and this is not to scare people, but it's to say that it is a growing field with serious candidates, with serious qualifications. And that makes us very happy to see that growth. And we know that NASA is not the only game in town anymore, right? There are other commercial spaceflight entities. There are other opportunities. So if you look at the trajectory of aerospace medicine, I see great things happening, 5, 10 years from now. But to answer the question directly, I think some of the simplest things that one can do is to introduce themselves to the aerospace medicine family. It is a small family. Going to the Aerospace Medical Association or ASMA conference, it is our national conference, and you go there and you just meet a lot of individuals, you express your interest, and you will start to see those faces over and over again, and you'll passively learn simply by attending the sessions at the conference. The other thing that exists out there is something called AMSRO, which is the Aerospace Medicine Student and Resident Organization. And again, to put this in comparison, when I joined AMSRO a number of years ago, 15 years ago, our officership meeting was after hours, and we sat around on some chairs, and we said, so who wants to be treasurer? And I'm like, I don't know, I'll be treasurer. You want to be treasurer? Do you want to be, no, I'll be president. That's how it was. And you fast forward, AMSRO has mentorship or speed mentorship sessions at the conference these days. And we get 50, 70, 100 people coming through just to learn more. So it's changed dramatically. So those are two simple things to do. There's ASMA as an organization. There's AMSRO. The University of Texas Medical Branch, or UTMB, has opportunities, again, not for OMS1s, but for those who are a little bit later, the third year, fourth year level. They have an Introduction to Aerospace Medicine course that's offered in the July timeframe of every year. Something you can look online and find and get more information on. We also have a clerkship that's offered on site at Johnson Space Center. That program, again, to put it in comparison, used to be twice a year, so 2 separate months through the year, so 2 different batches, 6 students each time. That has grown, and folks, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we get about 20 people now each time. The number of applications has gone up, the number of people interested has gone up. So that is a wonderful opportunity, and in the course of that 1 month, you will get to meet a lot of individuals from the astronaut corps, the medical community, the research community, life sciences, all talking, these are who's who in the field, and educate you on all different aspects of it. And so you'll get a good feel, hands-on, visiting a lot of parts of campus about what it is we do on the day-to-day basis. So those are some of the core opportunities that exist out there. We, due to some of the sensitive nature of what we do, at least as a medical director of the clinic, I can tell you that we are exposed to a lot of sensitive information. And so we do not have routine rotations for a random person to do a random elective in the clinic to shadow us. It's just not something we do. But if you are going through the official training program later in your career, then you will come through and get educated that way.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Thank you. Another question here from Tiana. Are physicians ever deployed into space, or are medical consultations, typically done via telemedicine?
That's a great question. I can let the guys talk to this one too, but one of the bad things about training flight surgeons that are coming up through UTMB and NASA is NASA will then pick a few. And almost every astronaut selection, there is almost always a physician or 2 in that astronaut class. And of course, if NASA gets to see and work with those physicians firsthand in Star City in Russia and at Johnson Space Center, and they get to know those folks firsthand, and those folks also have aerospace medicine training, well, those are the folks that they're going to go to first. And so very often, they always created a dilemma for me as the chief of space medicine at Johnson, is that they would pick off 1 or 2 of my flight surgeons, and then I'd have to go hire a couple more. So I was always in a hiring phase there. But that's also a good thing, in that we have a fair amount of our astronauts that are physicians, and that we still work with all the time. I don't know, guys, anything else to add there?
I would just say that I think if many of us, if we were asked to do a home consult, basically on the International Space Station,
Sure.
we'd raise our hands, say, "Sign me up, let me go." But the truth is that all of our medical consultations are done remotely through telemedicine. Those that have been fortunate to be chosen as astronauts and happen to be doctors or NASA flight surgeons before they were selected, they have to go through the normal application process, just like 18,000 other people in the last selection cycle. So it's I think a lot of us, we have that same dream. But we consider ourselves very lucky to be able to do what we do and to be able to practice medicine remotely to the space station.
Yeah, I differ in that I try to tell people who are flight surgeons not to drop their standards to become astronauts. You're a NASA flight surgeon, you are the top. So Chell Lindgren and Serena, who are our flight surgeon colleagues, got into the 2009 class. I'm like, guys, what the heck? You got the best job in the world. As far as the medical consultations, yeah, actually, Ben and his crew right now, once a week, they'll have a 15-minute private medical conference, a PMC, from one of our kind of private telemedicine rooms at NASA. And then if there's ever a reason to have an unscheduled or kind of a unexpected private time with the crew, they can do that too. And in addition to the private medical conferences, they'll have private psychological conferences with their psychologists once a month. They have private family conferences, usually once a week on the weekend. So they've got all kinds of IT live video streaming for the crew, which is huge for them, just to see their loved ones and see other folks. I'm not so sure they're excited about seeing their flight surgeons, but they get to see us every week anyway. I know when I was deployed multiple times, being able to use Skype to see my family back home after a couple of months of not seeing them was a huge morale booster. So I think that's why our behavioral health performance teams have set that up, and that works really well. The astronauts do have the ability to get a medical procedure kind of started, looking at their medical checklist, looking for procedures and stuff. But in low Earth orbit operations, they're going to do a medical consultation with their surgeon via telemedicine, and it's usually going to be kind of the way I described it. For Moon, for Mars missions, they're going to probably end up having to be a lot more autonomous, whether or not that's a surgeon who is actually flying that mission or something else, because they just won't have the luxury of having the almost continuous communications with Earth like we have right now on the ISS.
Perfect. So it wouldn't be 2020 to not ask kind of how COVID has impacted NASA this year, or your practice as physicians with the astronauts. And, I know that NASA's had a really big year this year and has a really big year planned for 2021. So maybe you can just speak to how it has or maybe hasn't impacted your work.
Oh boy, has it impacted our work. I don't think there's a day that I get off before 10 o'clock in the evening right now. It's literally today I was on with the White House and CDC on the vaccination plan and distribution plan. NASA is a great agency, whether you're buried in a Chilean mine or you're in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. Our agency always wants to bring something to the fore, and this is no different. We heard from clinicians in New York that these patients were hard to ventilate. Most ventilators only had 20 centimeters of PEEP, and they were needing to ventilate a lot of these patients at 30 because they were very stiff and non-compliant lungs. And so NASA went about inventing a light, lean, cheap ventilator that would go up to 30 centimeters of water and PEEP. And so and not only did they do that, but the Joint Propulsion Lab in NASA did it in something like 47 days and got it through the FDA. They've worked on O2 concentrators that would eliminate all those green bottles and literally suck oxygen out of the air, concentrate it, and give it to the patient on a scale that could supply an entire hospital. They've looked at and invented CPAP pressurized helmets and hoods. They've sterilization techniques using oxygen and different oxygen radicals to sterilize PPE and equipment. Despite the fact that it's a space agency, it has a lot of engineers that don't do well with sitting on the sidelines with a national crisis. And so NASA's responded a great deal to that. In addition, we've had to execute our normal missions, but do them in, I'd say, less than normal circumstances, putting the crews in quarantine. Ben's handled a lot of that for his missions. Although we would normally put crews in quarantine before every mission, even before a pandemic, doing things like COVID testing and doing a lot of extra measures to protect the missions, because it's $1 billion impact. If mission control got infected and everybody had to sequester and isolate, that would be a massive impact. And so we've had to really put a lot of thought into a lot of our pandemic plans. But so far, I've been able to execute some pretty fascinating missions. Mars 2020, with the rover that will land in about 3 months on Mars. And the Mars Perseverance rover, by the way, has a single snake Asclepius plate attached to the front of it in honor of all the frontline healthcare workers that have worked the pandemic. It's the first time we've ever had anything like that on a spacecraft that will be on another planet. We just parallel parked to an asteroid, Bennu, 2 weeks ago, flying at something like 30,000 miles per hour, and reached out and took a sample of it. I can't even parallel park at Walmart very well, Aaron, and we parallel parked next to an asteroid traveling at an ungodly speed. And we've launched humans from American soil on commercial flights again for the first time in a long time. And the amount of work building those vehicles, flight surgeons don't just take care of the patients. We're actually involved in the human systems integration and human factors for those vehicles to make sure that they support the physiology for the crews. There's been a lot behind the scenes that we do and that the pandemic has certainly played an impact on. Guys, anything that I didn't cover in the 30,000 foot view there?
I'll just add that. I'll just add that with our launches and our landings for our missions with the astronauts, I just got done launching the latest SpaceX mission called Crew 1 from the Kennedy Space Center, and as part of our protection against getting the astronauts, making sure that they don't get infected with COVID, but also the hundreds of support staff that are there to make sure that we have a successful mission. We have something called the Health Stabilization Program, and that has taken in another level from what we would normally do to try to ensure astronaut health prior to a rocket launch. We've took it up a notch to protect for to COVID-19. And that's been a big one that I've most recently been a part of. But as Dr. Polk mentioned, it's affected every facet of our jobs. And I think I'll turn it over to Dr. Scheuring, who's encountered the same thing with his astronauts, but on the other end, he's supported a recent landing into Russia and some of the challenges there.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. So the interesting thing with your question is when COVID hit in middle of March, my team that was getting ready to retrieve our crew that had been on the space station 9 months, we didn't know the full scope of what was going on. So we were in our typical launch preparation or landing preparation mode, which is fairly intense with a lot of moving parts. And as the days went on, it was becoming more and more clear in mid-March, this was going to be a big deal. And we were going to have to start coming up with a plan, which didn't exist for us at the time, to figure out how to not only bring our crews back safely from space, but also to interact with multiple international teams who were all being affected by COVID in very different ways. I mean, the Russians were being affected one way, the Karagandans were being affected, or the Kazakhs were being affected another way, et cetera, et cetera. So very quickly, we had to kind of step away from just our normal landing medical preparations and all the logistics that go into retrieving a crew back from space to start looking at how we're going to, work with the restrictions each of these countries have with allowing, foreign travelers into their country and a variety of other factors. But the biggest concern for us was astronauts, by and large, are relatively immunocompromised. They have compromised T cell function for a variety of different reasons. So we had to really reach out to our infectious disease specialists, and one of our flight surgeons, we're very fortunate, is at the Mayo Clinic, and really has access to cutting edge infectious disease work. And we had to get really smart really fast on developing a protocol, a plan on how which we were going to do this, and then being able to execute it. And we had no precedent because NASA had never done this before. So things drastically changed how we did our normal operations. COVID testing wasn't really available like it is today. Treatments were, kind of empiric treatments, and all these other factors went into that, let alone all the moving parts associated with the landing operation. And in the end, just by God's grace, we were able to pull it all together, bring our immunocompromised crew back from space, bring them back to a quarantine in Houston, and stay there for 7 days until their T cell numbers started coming back up. And fortunately, no one got sick. No one on the team, no one on the crew got sick. We ended up publishing a paper that just came out in November in the Journal of Clinical Allergy and Immunology about what we did. And I think it was a really good story because going back to what JD said about how we respond very quickly to things and we get really smart people together to affect a plan and carry out a course of action, we had to do that. And I just did a return with the last crew member who came back in October is the what we call a direct return doc, and it was the same thing. It's very different. If you've seen one ISS launch or landing, you've seen one ISS launch or landing, and these were very different. And the things we know today in October are very different about COVID than what we learned in March and April, and trying to incorporate that and be smarter and safer and all these things that played into it, the quarantines we had to subject ourselves to before we left. And it dramatically affected our practice. But I think the encouraging thing for our teams is how well the teams work together, how quickly we were able to assimilate a very large number of resources to give us the best plan for the agency, and then ultimately bring the crew back safely. And NASA, I think it's one of the things NASA does best is take really hard problems and in very short order, because of the great people that work here, come up with plans that actually work. So I'm looking forward to it being over. I really like it when it used to be the way it was, but it's been a very interesting journey this past year.
I'd like to add one thing to this. I think all of my colleagues have they've touched on all the important points: launches, landing, all the other work, contributions made by NASA as an agency nationwide. Johnson Space Center is a very large campus. It's about roughly 9,000 to 10,000 people. And so in addition to launches and landings and day-to-day training of the crew, preventive measures, the response plan at a local, national, international level, I think it's important to say that all of us are fully tasked on a regular basis. We don't work at 75% on a given day, and so from an administrative side, one of the things I've had an interest in over the years is taking a look at, for this COVID response, is going about hiring the extra help as soon as we could, and then trying to have a coordinated response for this large campus. And I feel what I do is a microcosm of what Dr. Polk does as a macro, right? Looking over all the multiple centers while I focus on this one. But nonetheless, the intent is the same. I think as clinicians, we are on the hook for, and Dr. Polk and I have had a number of conversations, we are on the hook for understanding the medicine here. We certainly are. But we also have a responsibility to interface and communicate with non-clinical teammates on all of these impacts to operations and research. So that is just my little, in this little insert there of both the clinical side of what we do as well as the non-clinical side of what we do.
Fantastic. And I know we're coming to a close here. There's a million messages about how inspiring each of your journeys have been today. So I really can't thank you enough for the time you spent sharing a little bit about what you do today with us, and how being a DO specifically has really impacted and been an important part of your journeys. So with that, do you have any final words of wisdom you might share with the incoming class of 2025 as they embark on their journeys to become DOs and practicing physicians?
Well, I'll start and let the guys join in. But Aaron, first, thanks for inviting us. All four of us enjoy mentoring students and enjoy educating folks and seeing the next generation, exceed us and exceed our potential. I'll tell you, it's going to be hard to exceed these guys that are on the screen. They've had outstanding careers that have gone to great heights, but I have no doubt that folks will be able to do it. And hopefully the students see firsthand, you know leadership when you see it, but you also know competence when you see it and hear it. And the folks that I'm on with right now are highly competent physicians, and that I say highly competent physicians, not highly competent DOs. They're highly competent regardless whether they're DO or MD, and I think that's how we're judged, is by our competence. And then when we come in and we know what we're talking about, and we've done our homework and our research, and we've done great clinical due diligence for our patients, that competence shows. And that's the best way to carry forward the osteopathic flag, in my mind, is to be the most highly competent physicians that we can be.
Yeah.
Guys, anything else?
Yeah, I'll close by saying just thank you for this opportunity to share our experiences and answer questions. It always is something that we enjoy doing, to give back and put ourselves back in the shoes of each of you that are about to start medical school. My advice would be to pursue your passion, no matter what that passion is in medicine. Being a DO is not going to limit you in whatever your career aspirations are going to be. Each of us, we were able to share with you our passion for this small, tiny field called aerospace medicine that most people don't know about. It's that passion that drove us here, and to be able to work for NASA and to do what we do. As you kind of get exposed to medicine, there is a million different pathways that you can embark on, and just make sure you're enjoying what you're passionate about.
Nothing to add.
I will simply say that I don't feel like I go to work. I work very hard, but I feel privileged. It is an honor I do not take my position for granted. It is an honor to serve our agency, to serve our country in this fashion, to have a position that allows me to mesh together my personal interest for spaceflight with my professional interest as a physician. And I love going to work every day. No 2 days are the same. And when I have residents in training with me, I invite them to my office and we sit down. Every day is different. Every problem, every challenge, everything is unique. But because, as Dr. Johansen said, we pursued a passion, it doesn't feel like work. It just feels like you get to be part of a great team effort.
Awesome. Well, I feel the same way about teaching our future osteopathic physicians more about the profession. So thank you for being amazing role models for all of them and for future physicians, both MD and DO alike. And best of luck with the rest of your missions in 2020 and 2021. And thank you, just truly from the bottom of my heart and from our entire community. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Aaron, and thanks for representing the NASA colors today.
Yeah. Great shirt. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Thanks, JD.
All right. So now it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to 3 of our medical school deans. But before that, I'd like to share with you a message from our Scrubs partner, Janu, to let you know how to enter into a drawing for one of 10 free pairs of scrubs that Janu and ACOM will be giving away today, as well as how to access the exclusive discount that Janu is providing to our incoming DO medical students. Winners will be announced during our happy hour with current medical students that begins at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today. So without further ado, here's a message from Janu.
Though this is a difficult time, this is an amazing time to be entering into healthcare. Congratulations. My name is Dr. Neela. Hi, everyone. And by trade, I am the co-founder of Janu, an advanced performance-based medical scrub company. But my heart and soul, my very being, is being a pediatrician who truly believes that health and wellness comes from the inside out. We decided to partner with AACOM and the DO community to show that we support you and that we see you and that you matter. We have created the most innovative, advanced, performance-based scrubs to help you perform at your best and face those challenges head on. We know that the road ahead is going to be difficult, and we want to be here for you. We've decided to offer an exclusive 30% discount for all the students accepted into a DO institution today. Enjoy that discount starting at the beginning of next month. Go shop on our site and wear our scrubs with pride, knowing that we are so incredibly proud of you. We are also excited to announce that we are going to be doing a 10 scrub sets giveaway on our Instagram. How do you join? Well, you just go to your Instagram, post on your stories a little bit about yourself, how you are going to accept the challenge to become a DO, and make sure you tag us at Janu by Dr. Neela, and we are going to pick 10 lucky winners to win a free set of scrubs and a 5-pack of masks. Here at Janu, we want to say congratulations. Choosing DO school was one of the best decisions that you could have ever made, and you're just getting started. We cannot wait to see all that you are going to accomplish. Now it is my honor to introduce to you Dr. Chrissy Doan, a personal friend and a mentor who would like to say a few words.
Hi, and congratulations. You are about to start such a memorable 4 years of your lives, and I want to personally welcome you to the DO community. My name is Chrissy, and I am a practicing DO physician here in Austin, Texas. I graduated from Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine in 2010, and I did my residency in Indianapolis, and I've been practicing medicine here in Austin ever since. I am so happy that you chose DO. This is such a wonderful, wonderful community, especially supported by companies like Janu, who have been such a voice and an ally within the DO community with support and always embracing our philosophy. So again, congratulations, have the best time today, and welcome to the DO family.
Awesome. So that's our message from Janu. Don't forget to follow their Instagram and use their hashtags throughout the day today to be entered into the drawing to win some free scrubs. Now, without further ado, we're going to head into our chat with the deans. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce 3 amazing deans at our medical schools. I'm going to begin with Dr. Amanda Wright. Dr. Wright currently serves as the interim dean at Marian University College of Osteopathic Medicine, where she directs and oversees all aspects of medical education, ensuring that the program of study fulfills the mission, goals, and strategic plan of Marian University. She actively promotes the advancement of scientific knowledge and scholarship among the faculty and is strongly focused on clinical residencies, ensuring that MU-COM has the appropriate number both currently and for the future. Dr. Wright works closely with the university leadership team to ensure that MU-COM has the appropriate level of funding and participates in fundraising activities as needed, virtually, of course. She is also responsible for planning, budgeting, coordinating, supervising, and evaluating personnel and programs within the medical school and for compliance with accreditation standards. Prior to joining Marian University, Dr. Wright served as the Associate Dean of Clinical Medicine at Arkansas College of Osteopathic Medicine. She also served as the Primary Care and Family Medicine Department Chair and Director of International Medicine Education at the same institution. Dr. Wright completed her undergraduate training at St. Mary of the Woods College, where she earned a BS in biology and pre-medicine. She earned her Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine degree at the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine in Downers Grove, Illinois. She then completed her family medicine residency program at the University of Illinois College of Medicine at Peoria. Dr. Wright's medical interests include women's health and obstetrics, global medicine, point-of-care ultrasound, social determinants of health, and LGBTQ advocacy. Her academic interests include integrated curricular design, quality improvement, team-based learning, and interprofessional education. And her personal interests are horseback riding, trail running, travel, and spending time with family. I think you're going to find that all three of our deans have a lot in common. So next I'm going to introduce Dr. Shane Spites. Dr. Spites received his medical degree from the University of Health Sciences College of Osteopathic Medicine. He is board certified in family medicine and completed his residency training at the University of Arkansas Medical Science Northeast Family Medicine Residency, St. Bernard's Medical Center in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Dr. Spites also holds a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration from Henderson State University. As Site Dean for NYIT-COM at Arkansas State University, he leads faculty and students in academic and co-curricular activities while engaging in community outreach with hospitals and physicians in the Jonesboro and Greater Delta region. Previously, Dr. Spites served as the Associate Dean of Clinical Education for NYIT-COM at Arkansas State. Dr. Spites is a frequent lecturer and has made several media appearances, speaking on topics that include health trends, medical education, and healthcare technology. Dr. Spites' medical interests include disaster and tactical medicine, public health and health policy. His academic interests include evidence-based medicine and population health. And his personal interests are travel with family, guitar, fishing, hunting, and collecting scratch and sniff stickers. Last but not least, Dr. Matthew Cannon. Dr. Cannon received his medical degree from the West Virginia School of Osteopathic Medicine. He is board certified in family medicine and completed his residency training at the Spartanburg Regional Medical Center in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Dr. Cannon also proudly holds a Bachelor of Science in Health Sciences from Clemson University. And as Site Dean for the Edward Via College of Osteopathic Medicine, or VCOM, Carolinas campus, he also leads faculty and students in academic and co-curricular activities while engaging in community outreach with hospitals and physicians in the Carolinas. Previously, Dr. Cannon served as the Associate Dean of Clinical Affairs for VCOM Carolinas. Dr. Cannon has served on 8 medical mission trips in Honduras, El Salvador, Colombia, and the Dominican Republic. He is actively and passionately involved in his community, serving on the board of directors for both St. Luke's Free Medical Clinic and Our Lady of the Rosary Catholic School. Having personally known Dr. Cannon, I know he'll be too humble to admit it, but he has won many well-deserved awards, having been recognized by the AOA as the guardian of the profession and as an unsung hero of the osteopathic profession, as well as VCOM Clinical Faculty Physician of the Year 5 years in a row, just to name a few. Dr. Cannon's medical interests include anything you can think of related to primary care, all aspects of medicine from birth to elderly population, preventative medicine, and, if asked for a particular specific interest, anything with a cardiovascular focus. His academic interests include curriculum building, interprofessional education, and direct one-on-one student teaching in the clinical setting. Like his peers, his personal interests include family, spending time with his wife and children, anything outdoors, hiking, spending time at the beach, and last but certainly not least, Clemson football. So with that, I'd like to welcome our three deans. At this time, if you have questions for the deans, you can continue to put those in via YouTube and Facebook, and we will make sure that they get added and asked of our deans. But I'll go ahead and kick it off by just saying welcome and see if you guys would like to add anything to your bios.
Go ahead, Matt.
Okay. So number one, Aaron, first, I'm very impressed with your Superwoman performance, going from Nassau to business attire in the blink of an eye. So very impressed by that. Also, just wanted to welcome everyone. I don't know that I never heard myself in that kind of regard, so I didn't know who you were talking about at first, but I'm privileged to be here. It is truly an honor, and I welcome all students. Joking aside, it's truly a privilege and an honor to be welcomed into the DO community. I have loved every minute. I listened to some of what the physicians, Dr. Polk and Dr. Shah, had said about not going to work. You're just because you're doing something that you love, and I couldn't agree more. The DO community has been exceptional to me. I have loved every minute of it, and I welcome each and every one of you, and I'm looking forward to answering any of your questions.
And I would echo the same thing as Dr. Cannon. Certainly, and I always say this, the second best decision I've ever made in my life, obviously first being my wife. And so certainly one of the best decisions of my life was to go to an osteopathic medical school. I would like to echo the piece in terms of it really doesn't feel like work when you love what you do every day. I was fortunate. I've had a kind of a different background. I actually spent some time in hospital administration for a while. I was the vice president of a hospital. Prior to that, I actually worked in graduate medical education, which means I worked for a residency and taught residents. And that was truly probably the most fun I've had so far, is really teaching residents and just working, at the bedside with patients. It was a family medicine program that really did everything from working ER to delivering babies. I performed C-sections, just really in and out, kind of what Dr. Cannon said in terms of everything medicine. This was truly everything medicine. And I feel blessed to be able to do that, have that experience. And it's just a lot of fun every day. So very thankful to the osteopathic profession for where I am as well.
I just want to say hello as well. And I was really excited to hear multiple people say my favorite thing about osteopathy, and that was the word community. It really is a community, and I'm so excited to be able to welcome all of you virtually, though I can't see your faces, to know that there are so many bright futures ahead of us in the osteopathic field. So I just want to say welcome to our community. It's a really great place to be. And I also wanted to say that I want to see Dr. Spice's Scratch and Sniff collection, because that is probably one of my favorite things I've heard on a bio in a long time. So I can't wait to see the collection.
Okay. Full disclosure, I don't have a collection of Scratch and Sniff stickers.
You may now. I know what I'm sending your way.
I should start collecting. Maybe this will actually kick off a new hobby, huh? The Scratch and Sniff. I can explain that enough.
All right. Well, to kick it off, we have a couple of awesome questions coming in, and one that came in earlier actually during our NASA chat, but I think is better suited for you all as deans of your medical schools, and one that we probably hear a good bit. For a student who's trying to decide between an MD or DO acceptance, as well as maybe having multiple DO acceptances, what factors would you recommend that the student consider or prioritize as they make their final decisions? Dr. Spites, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm never short on words, so I'll go ahead and start now. Well, first of all, I mean, obviously, you're going to get a bias. We very much feel like, and I'll say this, I can be comfortable in saying this, we feel like you should go to an osteopathic medical school. And the reason why, and for me, it was probably clearer after going to an osteopathic medical school, then going into what we would call an MD residency. So all of my classmates were MDs. I was actually the chief resident there, but they were all MDs. And so when seeing patients in clinic or even in the hospital, I had extra tools in my tool belt, so to speak, and I had extra things that I could do in terms of treatment. In our clinics, we saw a large Medicaid population. We saw a lot of pregnant women who maybe couldn't get care elsewhere. And as you might know, in pregnancy, you don't want to introduce a lot of medications unnecessarily. And so specifically things like pain medications, they have, pregnant women have lower back pain. And so I would use osteopathic manipulation a lot in that patient population. And so people just with acute shoulder pain or back pain, I was able to actually provide some healing and provide some pain relief immediately in the clinic. My MD colleagues, now they were very interested. They wanted, how did you do that? Where did you learn this? And you then embarked upon the discussion of osteopathic medicine. It was also that holistic approach, the general understanding and foundation in osteopathic medicine that the body inherently can heal itself if just given the chance. And so if we as physicians can help enable the body find good health, that's really what our job is. Now, yes, sometimes we do that with antibiotics and medications and surgeries and all sorts of things. But you have to look broader. You have to look at the whole person. You have to make sure you're managing, the disease that's in front of you as a whole person. It's not a disease; it's a person, so to speak. So for me, that's obviously why I decided to go the osteopathic medicine route. And in terms of which school, one of the great things is we have such a diverse group of all osteopathic medical schools all across the country. I bet it is a difficult choice because you've got, several of my great colleagues here on this call already. They have great schools that they're at. They each provide something different. So like for my campus example, I'm in Northeast Arkansas. It's kind of a rural state. We largely focus our efforts on this region of the country, this region of the state. The disparate populations in the Mississippi Delta region, primary care is a big focus for us. Now, our campus in New York is different. That's largely inner city, urban areas, but each campus, I think, offers its own unique flavor, so to speak. So really, you should look around at all the different schools and kind of see maybe which one really, fits your best characteristics in terms of how you think you might want to practice medicine once you get out. But I know my colleagues can also answer that.
Dr. Wright, or I'll take part of it. I'll go next there. So I think that's an excellent question. And you're right, you do have decisions to make. And I believe each of my colleagues will attest that we want you to come in and be the best version of yourself. And we're going to help you. We're going to teach you medicine, but we're going to help you bloom and bloom where you're planted and be the best version of yourself. And one thing that I've noticed is I have 2 family members that are MDs, and I have the utmost respect for MDs. And when I was growing up, I was going to an MD as my physician. But going into an osteopathic school, and I don't want to say this for everyone, but for other MD schools, but I was part of a team, part of a family. And I would believe that Dr. Spites and Dr. Wright would attest that I know almost 100% of my students' names. And if I don't know them by name, I introduce myself in the hallway, or I get to know them on a personal level. And so I know where they're from, and I know what their background is, and I know what their likes and dislikes are. And so they aren't just a number that comes in. They are, Jane Smith or whoever. And so the person we know them as a person. And that's something that I feel that is very unique to the osteopathic profession. And in addition, the osteopathic profession is, yes, we're large in number, but we're still a close-knit group in that I know Dr. Spites and know Dr. Wright and know what their enjoyments are and their likes and dislikes. And it's something that we just are proud of and we embrace. And that's something that you get to be a part of as well. I can honestly say I don't believe I would have had the opportunities that I've had in my career going into an MD program. It's just a smaller, bigger fish in a smaller pond, so to speak, that's given me those opportunities. I was actually talking to my niece is a physical therapy student, and I met one of her only boyfriend over the weekend, and he is a medical student at an MD program. And I know, I'm not going to say the name, but I know their dean very well. And I asked him, do you know so-and-so? And he said, I think I've heard that name before. And it just resonated to me that I would believe that every one of our students would know my name, Dr. Spice's name, Dr. Wright's name, and then would say, yes, I've had interactions with them and had conversations. And so that's something else that really separates, I feel, the DO profession from other professions.
I would add to what was said already, especially about the small personal aspect, because I think that that's important when you're in medical school, that personal aspect, but it translates into mentorship later. And so that's been something that I have really enjoyed, that faculty that I met, my old dean when I was in medical school, those are still mentors of mine today. And so that relationship lasts even when you're out of medical school, into residency, into your practice. You have this network of people you can call upon for the rest of your life. So I think that that's another important part. The other two things that I think really stand out about an osteopathic school, whichever one you may choose, is our emphasis on community and our emphasis on primary care. So a lot of our osteopathic medical schools do our rotations within the community and have more of a community service focus. And so our students are often found and encouraged to be in the community setting. Allopathic schools certainly do that, but that's something that we really pride ourselves in the osteopathic community as well. And then the other part is primary care. Osteopathic physicians can go on to be any number of specialties or primary care, but certainly we put out a lot of primary care physicians. So if you are trying to decide on an osteopathic school versus an allopathic school and you have a strong interest in primary care, know that you'll find a really great home in the osteopathic community, because usually the majority of our residents go on into primary care specialties. So that's something else that's unique, I think, to the osteopathic community.
I appreciate that. And I'm going to use that, Dr. Wright, as a segue, because we get asked this, at least on our end at ACOM, a lot. And I can remember being on the road for the medical school that I used to work for, getting asked this all the time. And that is, can DOs specialize in any specialty? And can they also get into very competitive specialties? Does being a DO hinder them in any way? And I have my own set of thoughts on this, but I'd love to hear from each of you. Maybe we'll start with, I'll go backwards. Dr. Cannon, if you want to kick us off.
Sure, glad to. So yes, absolutely, DOs have an opportunity to be in very competitive residencies. And I can speak just for our school alone. We have people going into Johns Hopkins. This past year, PM&R was at Johns Hopkins. We had Duke Pediatrics. We've had Emory for internal medicine. We've had Vanderbilt. And so it's not an uncommon thing. It's a very common thing. And going into the specialty fields, one thing that I can say that my students have heard me say this a lot, but I feel it applies to all DO students. Each of our schools, through ACOM, as our body that kind of unites us all together, we are all extremely competent at what we're doing. And so I consider the 3 A's. The DO students are affable, available, and able. They're affable, they're likable. They're someone that people enjoy coming to, enjoying talking to, enjoy being around. I know nurses tell me all the time in the hospital setting how much they enjoy the DO students. They're available, they're out in the community. They are volunteering beyond what you believe. We have so many students that want to go on mission trips, that want to do community service, that want to volunteer in any way capacity, and they're available at all times, weekends, nights, whatever it is, and then they're able, they're competent. And that's something that the training that you're going to get at these schools prepare you to get into these competitive residencies. And that's my segue into saying what you asked, Aaron, is that the competency is also what I heard Dr. Polk mention, is that we're judged not by our DO or MD, we're judged by our competency. And so I can attest with certainty that our students and other students are getting into extremely competitive residencies in competitive fields like ortho, dermatology, radiology, interventional radiology, things like that at prestigious residency programs as DOs. No question about it.
I appreciate that. Anything to add, Dr. Wright?
I would echo that absolutely. Our students go on to go into any residency program that they are qualified to get into. And the nice thing, again, about knowing one another and being the small community is that you have people to rely on to ask questions. So much like Dr. Cannon said, if you want to go into dermatology, you have a great network of people to say, I want to go to dermatology. What do I do to increase my application? How many programs should I apply to? What are your recommendations? So certainly that's an option for many of our students if they choose to go into a specialty.
All right, perfect. So kind of along that, I'll bat this first one to you, Dr. Spikes. I also, while you all answer, I'm going to pull up the data to share too. And this question is, obviously, thank you for your time. How do you anticipate the merger between osteopathic and allopathic residencies, I believe is what they're asking, potentially impacting your students' chances of matching into competitive residencies. We all know that the merger happened in 2020. It was a 5-year process that has already been completed. And I'll just say on behalf of ACOM and the entire profession that we have matched over 98% for the past 4 or 5 years. And last year we matched as a profession 99.29%. So our placement rate was nearly 100%. So I'll leave you with that data to begin with, but I'll bet the first one or have Dr. Spites take this to start.
Thank you, Erin. So I think what's important to know is that a lot of this was happening way before this merger. And what I mean by that is we had osteopathic residency. So you had osteopathic family medicine, osteopathic ER, but you had a large number, a significant number of osteopathic medical school graduates who were already going into MD residencies, such as myself. I chose and went into an MD residency. A lot of that was based on the geography in terms of where I wanted to practice and where I wanted to do my learning. It was a great program. I wouldn't change it for the world. But there was a large percentage of DO graduates, even in my class out of Kansas City, that went into MD or allopathic residency programs. So this is not something new. This is not something that just, kind of got created a few years ago. Hey, let's start, putting DOs in MD residencies. This has been going on for a long, long time. And I'll say the program that I taught at a residency program, and we'd had DOs for years and years come through that program. And so that's not new. I want to kind of put any fears to the side in terms of, oh, this is something new that just shifted in the last few years. That's not the case. And the other piece is that the vast majority of the osteopathic residencies that existed, they transitioned over and became allopathic or became ACGME residency programs. So all of those programs basically just added to the pool. I want to echo what my colleagues have said. Just in our last residency match, just in this last March period, just students and graduates from our school went into orthopedic surgery, neurology, dermatology, and at some really great places. Mount Sinai, NYU, Columbia, matched into really good residency programs. And they have been for years. So this is not a new thing. What has happened recently in this last spring is more of a finalization of moving over and making that transition complete. But I want the applicants and the students to understand this is not something that just started a few years ago. This has really been something that's been in the making for probably a decade or more. And so I think that's important. I think that's important in terms of the take home. The other piece that I'll mention, as I said, I worked in a residency. I was actually the associate program director for a residency program. And kind of hitting on what Dr. Cannon's already said, when we would interview applicants for our program, at the end of the day, we wanted to know, are you going to be a hard worker? Are you going to pull your weight? Are you going to do what's right for the patient? Those are the core qualities that you really look for. Everybody's smart. You wouldn't get into medical school if you weren't smart. You wouldn't get through medical school if you weren't smart. It's those other characteristics in terms of the ethics, the morals, the professionalism that, to be honest with you, you seem to really see a lot more on the DO students, the hard workers. Like I said, you've already heard the, coming in nights and weekends and really doing the work that needs to be done when it needs to be done. Those are aspects and characteristics of the osteopathic students in terms of kind of saying, look, this is the right thing for the patient. It's the right thing for their family right now. This is what we're going to do. Those are the things that you would see more often in osteopathic residents. Not that the MD residents, and I've got great colleagues, and if they were sitting right here, they'd be laughing at me now for saying that. But there's just something extra that goes along with the osteopathic medical training.
Anything to add, Dr. Wright or Dr. Cannon?
I couldn't agree more. I also went to an MD program that had osteopathic recognition. And so that was many years ago that I went into that. And so that was part of it. And some people were concerned. Respectfully, I really wasn't. And I think your evidence right there showed it, that 99.29% matching in this program, that was only one match. And so that wasn't the DO and MD. It was only the ACGME match. And that's remarkable statistics.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. We'll move on to our next question. We've gotten it a couple times today, so I will go ahead and address it. But before I do, I just want to add to all of your answers. I think that our NASA physicians who were just here are fantastic examples of the fact that the DO degree 1 doesn't hinder you or affect your match rate. Like you have said, Dr. Cannon, and like Dr. Polk said, it's not the degree, it's how competent you are and whether or not you're a good or great physician. So this one has come up a couple times. How do you suspect that COMLEX and UMSLE, wow, I still said that wrong, USMLE, heading to pass-fail will affect DO students? Do they need to take both board licensure exams, or what's your take on that?
So I'll go ahead and give it a start on that one. So that's you ask probably 10 different deans, you're going to get 10 different answers. If you ask different faculty members at our school, you're going to get 10 different answers. But generally, I feel that we are DO students and we are DO profession, and we have a COMLEX and we take the COMLEX boards. For our campus, we have 70.2%, we're up 69.4, 69.8, and 70.2 for the last 3 years in a row going into primary care. And so for those going into primary care specialties, they haven't really needed to take the USMLE boards. Now, if you're going into something like orthopedics, or you're going into interventional radiology, or you're going into competitive general surgery programs, then that might be something that you need to do. But as far as taking both boards, but that's an individual decision at a time that's appropriate for you based on your studies, because I went into medicine knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt I was going to be a pediatrician, and came out as a family medicine physician. Just my interest changed as I was going through school. And so interest will change, and I want people to be open-minded, because you're going to be exposed to so many brilliant, wonderful people, and you have the opportunity to decide and discern what is best for you. Like I said before, where is it going to be make you the best version of yourself? And so that is a decision that can be made as you're going through your second year and preparing for the boards. But it really is dependent on several factors to determine if that's going to be necessary to take one or not, or both.
Yeah, and I'll just add along to that. In terms of the pass-fail piece, the idea behind that was to take a lot of the pressure off of students, in terms of needing to take both, or even putting, a numeric number on being able to get into a residency program. Unfortunately, residency programs do look at that number, and they do kind of use that in terms of being able to look at applicants that they want to interview. What I suspect, and I think this is just my thoughts on it, I think they'll either look at the step 2, which is still going to be numeric, or they'll look at some other measure, whether they create an orthopedic residency, entrance exam or something like that. But I again would echo what Dr. Cannon said. At the end of the day, the osteopathic exam is the COMLEX exam. Now, the vast majority of our students do not take the USMLE, and we had a 99% match rate last year. And again, to the programs I just mentioned to you, so the vast majority didn't feel like they needed it, and it turns out they didn't need it. The COMLEX it stands on its own. And when you think about both of them moving to pass-fail, a pass on COMLEX and a pass on USMLE, especially taking the numbers out of it, they don't really tell a program director anything. The program directors were using those numbers to try to rank, so to speak. And now with that taken away, they won't have that. So there's less need to take the USMLE from a DO student perspective. I would agree with the piece that depending on how competitive the residency program, and if the program director says they want to see that, then that would be an individual conversation. So it's going to be kind of case by case. By and large, though, again, most students at our campus in Arkansas do not take the USMLE or do not feel the need to.
I think one of the things that you'll see is that some of these are different based on where your region is, and some of what specialties you're looking at. So at our school, we're the opposite. A lot of our students, unfortunately, do take both the USMLE and the COMLEX. We certainly encourage our students to take COMLEX because that is our exam. That's the osteopathic exam. And we go one step further, and we've actually encouraged all residency programs by writing letters through our state association to ask them to please accept only the COMLEX from DO students, so that our students don't feel pulled to take both exams, because that is an extra stress and financial burden on our students that we don't want them to have, when we know that our boards really are a good representation of the curriculum and how strong our students are. So we definitely encourage the COMLEX, but dependent upon your specialty and where you go for residency, they may ask and request that USMLE.
Perfect. Thank you all. I'm going to move on to another question, if that's all right with each of you. So we know that the role of medical schools continues to be in a process of change. The World Health Organization declared that medical schools can no longer be ivory towers whose primary focus is the production of a specialist or cutting-edge laboratory research. Medical schools must also be socially accountable and direct their activities towards meeting the priority health concerns of the areas they serve. So how would each of you say that both your institutions and the osteopathic profession are working to be more socially accountable? I'll let whoever wants to go first take that one.
I don't mind kicking it off. I can say that certainly. I think it's been obviously a more forward-thinking piece in the last several months or so. I think it's been more of a conversation amongst all organizations, not just in the osteopathic profession. I think these have been great conversations. I think they've been heartfelt conversations that have been going on, certainly within the osteopathic profession. You know, early on, when you look at the first class of osteopathic medical students, you know, what you typically wouldn't see in a medical school were women. And in osteopathic medicine, you know, we were the first profession to have women enter into medical school in the very first class. And so for us, diversity is part of the fabric of our history. And so this is certainly a conversation that we embrace and that we think is important. And so to that, I'll just say, like on the NYT side, and my guess is that most of my colleagues have had this as well. We looked at our institution. So our institution in NYT is now moving forward with the diversity and inclusion office. We've got a committee for diversity that's been established that involves students, staff, and faculty to make sure that all aspects of really our institution, from not just the medical school, but just across the board, that we have those conversations, that it's included, everything from the admissions process to the marketing to really the curriculum, the core pieces of the curriculum. There was, you know, when you look at dermatology lectures, and they're all pictures, you know, of Caucasian individuals, you know, well, that's a problem. And so these are conversations that have to have, and that you have to be able to institute change. And I think it's great that they're having it. On the ACOM side, I know we're having those at the Board of Deans level as well. I know Dr. Kane has done a great job initiating some endeavors and some initiatives there to be able to have inclusion and diversity at the national level.
I would just say that that's something that as osteopathic physicians, that if we're going to be authentic osteopathic physicians, we are called upon to have to do this and do it better, that we really need to make sure we're taking care of all of our students and their mind, body, and spirit once they come into our profession. So that's kind of the osteopathic way, and we're all working on how can we do that better in our institution. So I'll add to kind of what's already been said is, in addition to looking at curricular aspects like has already been mentioned, we've also started to look at how can we support learners from diverse backgrounds when they're here and maybe struggling. So if we include a lot more diversity coming in, we need to make sure that everybody is supported from the day they join us until they go on to residency and beyond. So we're also taking a look at what support systems do we have in place for all of our learners, and what do our committees look like, and how do we address students that might have different challenges than other students. So we're really trying to take that holistic approach and looking at admissions all the way through until they go into residency programs. So that is something that I would say that we're doing in addition to these, like you've mentioned already, the offices of diversity and inclusion, and looking at different committees, but we're looking at other ways to support learners once they're here as well.
And Dr. Wright, just great minds think alike. I was thinking exactly what she said, is to be authentic, we need to be of mind, body, and spirit. And so that was exactly the thought I had when I was waiting to speak. What's something that we've done is we've, as a school, so we have 4 campuses. VCOM has 4 different campuses. And so each campus set up a diversity committee. And in addition to that, we've also set up one committee as a whole for the college. And then we also have devised a curriculum that is more longitudinal. So instead of just giving information in lecture-based settings in the first block, now we're doing it through each block. So you have it throughout the curriculum through years 1 and 2. And then we're incorporating into years 3 and 4 some online modules to work with this. And then most importantly, we're having listening sessions where we are accompanied by members of the community in various settings and learning from them. We want to hear from them we don't want to think that we have all the answers. We need to hear from leaders in our community and hear what they have to say. And then also we're listening to our students. We want to know what the students of this generation can teach us and help us learn from them as to how to be better and how to be more accountable and how to address implicit biases and things like that nature. And so that's one of the things that I've grown personally, is listening to our student leaders and listening to the student body as a whole.
Awesome. Thank you guys for weighing in on that. I really appreciate it. We're getting lots of great questions and a lot of thank yous to each of you. Here's one from Matt. What are some qualities of successful medical students that future medical students should maybe aim to develop? Go ahead, Dr. Spites.
I think we can all answer this, and we're probably going to all answer it the same way. Time management. You've got to, guys, you just bear with me on this. Medical school is not like undergraduate on steroids, or it's not like grad school, hyped up or that sort of thing. Medical school truly is different, and it requires you to manage your time, like literally down to the hour or so. Like you have to spend X number of hours doing this, and this is when I do laundry, and this is when I eat, and that sounds really strange, and it can be a little scary. I promise you, once you get into it, you'll find that it's successful, and it'll be kind of just your natural habit. And I always tell this story to our first year students when we start here. I was lucky enough to be married when I started medical school, and we had I had my daughter when we were in, so she was 2 at the time, and just turning 2 when we started medical school. And my week consisted of, I went to class Monday through Friday from 8 until 5. I would come home, I would play with my daughter, my wife would get supper ready. And so my daughter would continue to know that I was her dad. And then I would study from about 7 until 10 every night. And I did that Monday through Thursday. I took Friday night off. I'd study all day Saturday. I took Saturday night off. I studied all day Sunday. I take Sunday night off if we didn't have an exam on Monday. And that was it. That was kind of the way it was. And so that was kind of the schedule. Obviously, if you had like a holiday break, that was just a bonus there, but that was pretty much the schedule. If I didn't adhere to that, I would get behind in the work that was required in terms of the curriculum. So I would just say that time management is probably the biggest thing that you're going to need to make sure that you've got figured out. The rest of it, again, you're smart people. You wouldn't be accepted at medical school if you weren't smart. And so you're smart enough to be here. It's just that you've got to kind of make sure you get your priorities in sync, so to speak, so that you can stay up on everything. But I'll let my colleagues answer as well.
Dr. Wright?
Okay. I think that I would add to that is probably 2 things on my list. One would be, I guess it's not something you learn, but something you practice, and that's flexibility. Some of our most successful students are our most flexible students, and that helps you because that will help your own wellness. When you are too rigid and things have to go a certain way, you'll be disappointed and frustrated, and you won't have your best learning. So I think that being flexible will help your own wellness, and it will just make your life a little bit smoother. I think we've all learned some degree of forced flexibility throughout COVID, but certainly students and faculty, and myself included, when I'm more flexible and just kind of roll with the punches, then it's a more successful transition. The other thing that I would say is, and I wrote down like an I will attitude, this idea of, if somebody standing around saying, oh, I wonder who will do that, I will. I wonder who's going to go answer that call light. I will. I wonder who will do this. I will. Just having that attitude of being willing to step up and do things, even if it's not necessarily your job. Now, certainly that does not mean to do things you're not qualified for, but being willing to step in and do something to help the team is another quality that I just think going that above and beyond. I think that availability that Dr. Cannon spoke to earlier, that is something that will really set you apart and make you very successful.
And I agree wholeheartedly with everything both of my colleagues said. Flexibility and time management. So I'm repeating that, but just to reiterate, it's not that it's that difficult. It's so complex. As you said, you're smart. You're going to get through it, but just be time management and flexible. With that said, I do feel that don't let your highs be too high or your lows be too low. And what I mean by that is that don't let a test beat you twice. If you do bad on a test, move on, keep on going. You're part of the process. I say to my students a lot, the days are long, but the years are short. And what I mean by that is that there's going to be some long days and you're going to feel like you're studying a long, long time. But at the same time, you're going to look up and boom, 6 months have gone by and you're already here at the winter break and you've already completed half of your first year. And then the same thing, you put your head down day by day, and then you're going to be the second year and the senior on campus, so to speak. And so I look at it as just stay on top of things, stay up to date, time management, be flexible, be available, as I mentioned before. And another piece of advice, I have my little slogans. My students will sometimes make fun of me, but strive for excellence. Don't strive for perfection. You know, you're not going to achieve perfection, but try to be excellent. But again, don't let it beat you twice. If you have a bad test, move on. Strive for excellence. Do the right thing. Right is right, even if no one's doing it. And wrong is wrong, even if everyone's doing it. Just do the right thing. It will serve you extremely well. And then finally, show people that you care. And that's what Dr. Wright was speaking to a little bit, is that showing people that you care, that you're available, you're affable, you're engaging, you want to take care of people. So do the right thing, strive for excellence, and show people you care. With the time management, you're going to be extremely successful.
I'm talking. Sorry about that. You would think after 9 months of doing this that you wouldn't leave yourself on mute, but it just still happens some days. All right. So for someone who wants to pursue a competitive residency or specialty, what are the best ways to build an application while in medical school? Dr. Wright, you want to kick us off on that one?
Sure, I'll do my best. I think that some of it, my answer depends a little bit on which competitive residency, because they all look for something different. So one of the things that I really recommend students do is really looking at the research and being well read on what programs want. So there are, the NRMP puts out many different documents every year looking at what our residency programs looking for. And you can look and search by neurology or radiology or dermatology and see what they're looking for. And that helps to know how to kind of diversify that portfolio, because some residency programs really want you to have a lot of research in their field. And so the best way to beef up your residency application for that might be doing a lot of research. But that wouldn't be what you'd need necessarily to get into primary care when they're looking at maybe more some strong longitudinal volunteer experiences. So it kind of depends on what residency program you're looking at. So doing a little bit of research ahead of time based on what field you want to go into really will help with how to best get that experience. Overall, one of my biggest recommendations is whichever thing you need to do to build your portfolio is to make sure that it is somewhat longitudinal. Things that are done episodically, we kind of see right through that. So we don't want to see that in your last semester before applying for all your residency programs, all of a sudden you're volunteering a lot, or you started a research project 2 months before your applications went out. So doing something and really investing yourself in it for the long term goes a long way.
Aaron, I think that's one of the best answers I could hear. I echo her comments precisely. Depending on what you're going into, your research. One other thing that Dr. Wright said earlier was your connections, your network, is that helps as well. And so she said that in the very beginning, is just knowing people, getting to know all of your faculty and staff, getting to be involved in the community, being engaging on your rotations and getting to know some of the third year and fourth year clinical preceptors. You never know who's going to know someone, and just having that network. So absolutely everything she said, first and foremost, in addition, you work on that networking in a very professional manner.
Yeah. I would just add the same thing. That really doesn't. I mean, if your preceptor that was when you were on orthopedic surgery rotation, they went to orthopedic surgery residency somewhere, and they still know somebody back there. So that's a great feather in your hat, so to speak. Mission work, things like that, depending on where you want to go as well. So I would agree.
Awesome. So our next question, I'm going to add a little bit to it, just because I'm curious if when you answer this, can you share, did you always know that you wanted to be in academic medicine, or did you kind of fall into that? How did that work? And if you happen to know ahead of time, what advice or guidance might you offer to someone who just has a passion for academia and is already interested in heading that route? Dr. Cannon, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. My story is interesting in that I had when I was in your shoes as students, never even crossed my mind that I would go into academic medicine. It truly didn't. And then when I went to the residency program in Spartanburg, South Carolina, and then joined with that hospital out in the private practice office about 10 miles away that was owned by the hospital. Did that for about 12 years. And when BCom first came to town, they actually called me. I don't know if a lot of people know this. They actually called me and asked me to be the chair of family medicine because they're brand new. There weren't a lot of DOs. And I actually turned them down. I said, no, that's okay. I'm good. And then it was a year later, they called back again asking to consider it. And so that's when I said I would be willing to give a half day a week. I was already working 4.5 days a week and having a half day off on Tuesday or Thursdays. And so I just said, well, I'll work that half day. And that's when I just really fell in love with it. And then the very next year I took over as one full day a week and just loved the energy of the students, the intellect, the excellent questions they ask, the passion that they have. And it helped kind of revitalize me and to say, I want to keep up with all the evidence-based medicine. I mean, I was doing that before, but just it really motivates you to read your journals and keep up. And then from there, in my position, I truly didn't apply for the associate dean role. It was our president came to me and said, I want you to take over this position. And I kind of looked at her like I didn't really have that in my mind. And but it goes back to what I said before, was just trying to be the best version of yourself. And I repeat that, but I feel it's so true. I was trying to do the best job I could as a private practicing physician and as the chair of family medicine. And by doing both of those and trying to do them well, that allowed for me to go into the associate dean role. And then 4.5 years after that, I moved into the dean role. But so to answer your question, no, I was not part of the idea of going into it, but it just kind of happened. But I go back to saying, just be who you are and be the best version of that, and things will fall into place.
Perfect.
Okay.
Anything to add?
Oh, I was just going to add to it that no, I did not know I wanted to be in academic medicine. And actually, there were two things that really prompted me to go into it: my learners and then my nurse. Actually, I would when I was in practice, I would come out of patient rooms and I would go to my nurse and say, "Oh my gosh, I got to tell you something. This patient has this, this, and this, and how cool! Let me tell you about this." And she was like, "You know what you need? You need a learner." And she's like, "Because I have a job and I can't just talk to you after every patient." And so she actually gave me the application to get a learner. And then from that point, it's the learner's fault that I'm in academic medicine, because I fell in love, and they made every day so fun, so exciting. And so I usually say I kind of blame this on my nurse and my learners, because they were the two that really pointed me towards that passion. And to answer the question about then what if you know you're interested in ahead of time, what would you do? I think a couple of things is really surrounding yourself with people that are like-minded. So there's different emerging leaders programs and academic fellowships and things like that I would say surround yourself with those people, so you start learning the language, because I didn't know, even things like curricular mapping and learning objectives and all of these things, and how do you build a curriculum? I was like, I don't know, I guess they're there. I don't know how they get built. And so all of that took a lot of learning on my part. So if you're interested, learning that language and being well read in that field, much like you would any field of medicine, I think would be helpful. And the other tip I have is just maybe if, depending when you find that interest, connecting or aligning yourself with a medical school or residency program, because then there are learners and there are educators there. And so like at our school, we are more than welcome to have, if there's a resident that says they're interested in teaching, we love to have them come in and help at the medical school, giving lectures or helping in lab. And then we as faculty help with their own faculty development. So if you can do that and align yourself with medical schools or residency programs, we're here to help you, because we really get excited about teaching. So that's something else I would recommend you doing.
And I would just wrap up and say that most comms have some sort of program for academic scholars or something like that. We have a scholars program for those that are really interested in academic medicine. There's even, you can get a master's in medical education. There's a lot of opportunity that you can do. And certainly if you express that to your school that you go to, they would love to integrate you into different opportunities, maybe even they don't exist. And so if I promise you that's certainly what we've done here. We've had students approach us and say, hey, look, really interested in academic medicine, how can I get into this? And so we'll actually seek out those opportunities for our students. So we're always happy to have more people under the fold that love academic medicine as much as we do.
Perfect. And they say time flies when you're having fun. It's hard to believe it's already 3:55. So I want to start by just thanking the three of you for joining us today and for imparting your advice and your thoughts on their journeys as they embark on the long road to becoming a physician. So as we close out, do each of you just have any final words of wisdom or things you would like to share with the incoming class of 2025? Dr. Spites, I'll let you start this one if you'd like.
I would just say congratulations. You've heard welcome to the community, welcome to the family. It's a close-knit, great family that I'm proud to be a part of. We always have a crazy uncle, and so just be aware of that. But it's a great family, and again, congratulations, and we're happy to have you.
I agree with what Dr. Spites said. I say congratulations. Welcome. We are so glad you're here. It is something to embrace. It is an awesome responsibility to be someone's physician and to take on the role of being a physician, but as a blessing. It is something that is truly I value immensely, and every day that I wake up, I enjoy doing what I do, representing the osteopathic medical field and being a physician to a number of patients, and now being a dean to students. It's truly an honor, and it's an honor to have students as well qualified as each of you. So welcome to the profession and welcome to the family.
I would just add that we're so glad that you're here. Welcome to our community. We're excited to have you. The other thing I would just add is that I think someone mentioned this in the last segment, there's just not a day that goes by that I'm not so proud of this field and this profession. And I think that you do have a long road ahead of you, but every day will be wonderful. And when you do fall down or you stumble or you feel like you've lost your way, just know that we're all here to help you. And you can reach out to any of us, even the crazy uncle, because we will love you and help see you through.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys so much for being here today. I know that some of our watchers or viewers will look forward to seeing you guys in the fall and maybe on the road at different conferences one day in the future once we get through COVID. So thank you and have a great rest of your day. All right, at this time, I'd like to share just a few videos with you before we head into our words of wisdom. So we've had a few of our colleges of medicine send in videos ahead of time that they'd like to share with you. So at this time, I'm going to do that by starting with PCOM.
Hello, my name's Dr. Jay Feldstein. I'm the president and CEO of Philadelphia College of Osteopathic Medicine. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, employees, and fellow students, I would like to congratulate you on your acceptance and welcome you to PCOM.
You did it. Choosing DO is one of the best decisions you'll ever make. We look forward to seeing you and supporting you on your journey to becoming a physician.
Congratulations from our team at Burrell College of Osteopathic Medicine. You did it. The best is yet to come.
Hello, student doctor. My name is Clinton Normore. I'm the Vice President for Diversity and Inclusion at AT Still University. On behalf of our team, I want to congratulate you for your success thus far. We are so proud of what you've accomplished. We look forward to seeing you don your student white coat and ultimately your doctor's white coat. We know that you are the doctor that we need in our society. So please, please stay focused on your journey. Again, congratulations.
Congratulations. Welcome to ARCOM.
Congratulations on being accepted.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on being accepted to ARCOM.
Welcome to the ARCOM family.
Welcome. Welcome to ARCOM.
Congratulations!
Welcome to ARCOM. Can't wait to see you in a simulated environment and looking forward to you making change in the community.
Perfect. We'll have some more videos from some of our colleges of osteopathic medicine a little bit later today. That was just a few to get us started. And now we're headed straight into our words of wisdom. During this portion of the event, we're excited to feature both live and pre-recorded messages of congratulations and advice from DO physicians. First, I'd like to introduce to you Dr. Vinaya Manapad. Dr. Manapad is a board-certified psychiatrist practicing in Orange County, California. She's an alum of Western U Comp, where she is also an assistant professor of psychiatry. Dr. Manapad is a writer, speaker, and medical contributor to various publications and news programs, and built an international following on social media through her posts that educate about psychiatry, promote mental health, and share her own experiences being in therapy via her Instagram, Freud in Fashion, and blog, freudinfashion.com. Thank you for being here today, and I'll allow you to share your message at this time.
Sure. Thanks, Erin. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Vinaya Manapad, and I'm a proud DO specializing in psychiatry. Big congrats to all of you on getting accepted into osteopathic medical schools nationwide. It's a huge accomplishment, and I'm excited to have you join our profession. So, a few quick words of wisdom from me. Number one, do not be afraid of failure. I know a lot of you are really excited and you want to excel. I know you're also afraid to fail. I was just like you. I remember going into my very first exam as an osteopathic medical student. And of course, what did I do? I failed. And I was even more mortified because I was the only one out of like 200 medical students to fail. So of course, I thought it was the end of the world and I'm not cut out to become a doctor. But after I got over that disappointment, I told myself, okay, keep going. You're going to grow from this. And this is your passion and what you're meant to do. So of course, that's what I did. So remember, success comes from learning and growing from each setback, and that one bad grade, two bad grades, or even three bad grades does not define you. And finally, enjoy and make the most of these years in medical school because it goes by really fast. Not gonna lie, it's painful and you're gonna work really hard, but work hard, but also try and have fun and enjoy each moment, get to know your classmates and make the most of it because it really does go by so quickly. So again, big congrats to all of you and welcome to your journey to becoming a DO.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manapad. Have a great day. And next, I'm really proud to introduce Dr. Alyssa Cole. Dr. Alyssa Cole describes herself as an East Coast gal living in a caffeinated world. She has a love for Starbucks, reading, traveling, fashion, food, and ultimately living healthy. She's currently in a competitive fellowship for cancer rehabilitation, which is a field of physical medicine and rehabilitation, which she says is the best job in the world. But I think it's better hearing it from her, so I'll let her share with you her why and give you a word of congratulations. Dr. Cole, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Alyssa Cole, or Dr. Cole, as some of you know me from Instagram. I am a physical medicine and rehabilitation physician specializing in cancer rehabilitation. We focus on overseeing the medical management of patients in order to optimize patient functionality and quality of life. I want to say congratulations to all of you on being accepted to DO schools throughout the country. This is an amazing opportunity. You guys have worked hard and you have earned this spot, so be very proud. I remember my first day of medical school, my mentor told me it's a marathon, not a sprint. And this is something that has stuck with me throughout my training. And also on that day, we received our first white coat pin, which had the acronym IATP over it. So I have it right here. Hopefully you guys can see it. There you go. It stands for It's About the Patient. And that is serving as a reminder for all of us to always put the patient first and know that we are working in the best interest of the patient. I would like to just remind you guys why I chose to be a DO. The holistic approach resonated with my own goals of seeking health in patients and not just disease. I wanted to really focus on treating the patient as a whole, not just their diagnosis. Being a DO gives me a strong understanding of anatomy as well as the interplay of our body's systems. And that also led me to physical medicine and rehabilitation, especially because of the emphasis on neurology and musculoskeletal systems. I love having a skill right at my fingertips with osteopathic manipulative medicine. It's an additional treatment that I can offer patients in addition to doing everything that an MD can do. So at the end of the day, I do what I love and I love what I do. I hope that you all choose to go to a DO school as well and make us DO proud. And if you haven't yet, be sure to join the American Osteopathic Association. Stay safe.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Cole. We appreciate you being here, and we will see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, next up, I have a message from Dr. Tyree Winters. He's known as the Hip Hop Doc, and I think you'll enjoy his message.
Hey, everybody. Welcome. My name is Dr. Tyree Winters. I'm an osteopathic pediatrician, and I just want to welcome you all into the osteopathic family. Congratulations on being accepted into osteopathic medical school. This is the best profession that I can think of. It's a growing profession, but most importantly, it's a family, and we really want you to feel a part of this family. I want to tell you, start to learn how to become comfortable being uncomfortable. This is going to be a ride of a lifetime, and it is so imperative for you all to remember that take this time to celebrate, get enthusiastic, get ready for the ride, because you are going to be ambassadors of health. You will help your patients to find health and to stamp out disease. You will learn so much about how the body has natural capabilities of healing itself and how we can help to be able to augment those capabilities. Please just remember that you are part of the family. Reach out to us. We really, really want to see you a part of this community, and we just thank you, and we are so happy to have you on board. I hope that you enjoyed this wonderful ride. Take care.
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Adam Goodkoff and I am an emergency medicine resident here in Chicago. You might know me better as See the Medlife from TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram. I want to personally congratulate you on being accepted to medical school, and specifically to osteopathic medical school. You're in for an amazing ride. I met some of my best and closest friends in medical school. And what you're going to go through is not easy, but it will make you stronger and it will bring everybody closer. Now, rather than go on and tell you how amazing the osteopathic profession is, I want to give you some tangible tips that are going to help you in medical school. I have two things I want to remind you of. First of all, medical school is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And it's a cliche that everyone will tell you. The same goes for residency and the same goes for life. That means no cramming the night before the test. I know that's a tough one to swallow, but take it from me. You will remember information for your board exams and for your patients if you don't cram now. One of my other big tips that I like to share with incoming medical students is to remember to stay excited and interested in this stuff. What we do is truly amazing. In fact, right now I'm off service in the ICU, and what we're able to do for people to get them through some of the most significant disease states in their life is absolutely mind-blowing and humbling. The truth is, you need a good foundation to understand what you're doing. And so remember, all of those lectures that you're getting in medical school, even the ones that seem a little tedious, those details will matter for patients down the road, and they'll matter for you and your knowledge base as a young physician. As you move forward in medicine, we're at an incredibly exciting time, albeit a very difficult one. In the setting of the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot has changed. I'm sure you've experienced that yourself applying to medical school, and a lot is changing for us as resident physicians and for my attendings. Today, I'm honored to have the opportunity to stand among giants such as Dr. Mike, who've been able to reach millions across America. And to be honest, I never thought that I would have that opportunity either. But social media is a growing space, and I want you to keep something in mind as you start medical school. I think you should own your digital footprint, make it professional, and make it enjoyable. Yes, your focus is going to be on learning material, and yes, social media is not your primary goal, but it's nice to be able to have that opportunity to connect with other healthcare providers around the country and around the world. So I'm not advocating that everybody go out and start a YouTube channel and start teaching away, but give it some thought. Own your digital footprint, get out there, follow some accounts that inspire you, and get involved. Because I promise you this, in the next 5 to 10 years, social media will become a mainstream component of medicine. Just think of how many people we can reach with one post. Think of how many people we can educate, inspire, and motivate. So that's my 1-minute plug for social media, and I hope that you consider being a part of social media in medicine. I want to leave you with one more thing. Remember your why. Why are you here? Why did you decide to go to medical school? That why is incredibly important because that is what's going to give you the energy to get through medical school and residency and maintain your compassion and your caring nature that's gotten you to this point. Again, I want to congratulate each and every one of you. The accomplishment you've already achieved of being accepted to medical school is a huge feat, to say the least. I wish you the best of luck as you make your decision on where you'll be attending medical school and as you move to start medical school next year during this global pandemic. Thank you again and congratulations.
Hi, everybody.
What's up, everyone?
So we met on the phone shortly after we got accepted to Kansas City University of Medicine and Biosciences, College of Osteopathic Medicine.
That's a long name. Say it 5 times.
That is a long name. But I seem to remember you called me,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
And yeah, you kind of sounded like a nerd. Yeah.
No, that's no.
Yeah. Hi, Renee. My name is Nee, and we are going to the same medical school, and I think that'll be so swell.
No, that's not how it went.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, you're talking to the future Dr. Nee Darko. What's good? How you doing? Listen, we're gonna have a great time in school. We're gonna do X, Y, and Z. We'll talk soon.
I just don't think you were that.
I was all Rico Suave,
Yeah, no.
GQ. Is that what they still say now?
Anyway, my name is Dr. Renee Volney Darko, and I'm a board certified OBGYN, proud DO. And when I'm not delivering babies or in the operating room, I'm helping pre-meds get into medical school through my own initiative called Pre-Med Strategies.
What's good, everyone? My name is Dr. Nee Darko. I'm a board certified trauma surgeon. I also host a podcast called Docs Outside the Box. And of course, I'm a proud DO also.
First of all, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, getting into medical school.
Big deal.
That's right. That's a huge deal. And we also wanted to share with you why we chose DO. I chose DO because for me, the philosophy was just very natural. I thought that was the kind of doctor that I wanted to be based on the philosophy of osteopathic medicine. And I have to be truthful that I use those philosophies with every patient that I see, and I haven't looked back since.
I chose DO because I was a student athlete in college. I was really big into athletics and just felt like the osteopathic world, osteopathic medicine, was just a natural transition with how I wanted to take care of my patients and really understanding structure and function. And I haven't looked back since.
3 tips as you embark on this new journey called medical school.
So tip number 1 is no matter what, once you get into medical school, is to always stay true to who you are.
Don't get all hasta-diddy just because you got into medical school. Hello, my name is Renee Volney Darko.
So if you enjoy going to the movies, if you enjoy running, talking to family, being with friends, all of these things are really important. Do not let this stuff fall by the wayside once you get into medical school.
Yeah, but if you're going to movies, you need to wear a mask.
That's true.
Or not go at all.
Download your movies.
If you like to stream movies, keep streaming. So, tip number 2. Don't be afraid to try new opportunities.
You're going to be spending the majority of your time understanding everything about the human body. But if there are opportunities to travel abroad, if there are opportunities to get an additional degree, if there's opportunities to do anything that is, let's just say, outside of the box, jump on that. This is going to be your
play on your words.
This is going to be your last opportunity to do it.
Be a med student outside the box.
There you go.
Tip number three. Tip number three is realize that your talents thus far have gotten you this far. So you don't want to throw your talents by the wayside. Actually, what you should be doing is looking to see how your talents that you have right now can be incorporated into the great doctor that you're going to be. So don't be afraid to bring yourself into medicine and into your practice.
That's a good one.
Thank you. But most importantly, have fun. And we can't wait to be able to call you our colleagues. Congratulations.
Congratulations. That was corny. But hey, congratulations. Can't wait to see you.
I love corny.
That's true. Can't wait to see you soon. Welcome to the club.
Bye.
Awesome. So hopefully you enjoyed a couple of those videos. And at this time, I'm really excited about our next question and answer time. So we are going to head into another Q&A panel with two physicians that I'm super excited to introduce you to. So keep your questions coming. I just want to remind you of that. You can add them on the YouTube or Facebook, and we will make sure that they get to our physician panelists. So it's first my pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Martha Macri. Dr. Macri is an emergency physician and nocturnist who works in the emergency department at Lenox Health Greenwich Village in New York City. You may recognize her from Netflix's documentary series, Lenox Hill, which depicts 4 physicians and how they balance both their personal lives and their dedication to their patients at New York's storied Lenox Hill Hospital. You can connect with Dr. Macri on Instagram at Martha Macri, and I'll put that up along the bottom for you to follow her in a bit. I'd also like to introduce you to Dr. Carissa Champion. Dr. Carissa Champion is currently a fellow in the Gray's Anatomy Surgical Communications Fellowship. And if you're anything like me, this next video will have you fangirling on a whole nother level. So here's a little bit of a fun introduction to Dr. Champion.
As a future physician, when you choose DO, your medical career opportunities are limitless. We'd like to introduce you to Dr. Carissa Champion. Dr. Champion is the perfect example of how you can use your DO degree to pursue what you're passionate about and have a national impact. Dr. Champion recently joined the Gray's Anatomy team as a surgical communications fellow, where she works with the writers to make the show increasingly medically accurate. She's forged a unique career path that combines her medical knowledge, background in public health, and interest in media and creative pursuits.
Hey, I wanted to say a few words to welcome you to the profession, but I feel like these guys might do it better.
Congratulations!
Welcome. We're so glad to have both of you with us, and I can't thank you both enough for joining our event. I've obviously watched Grey's Anatomy since I was in high school, and I watched all of the Lenox Hill documentary series throughout our quarantine, honestly. So I really appreciate the work that both of you are doing, both to educate our next generation of physicians. And I think what I would love to kick us off with is just, is there anything that we didn't chat about that you might want to add to your bio? You can go ahead, Dr. Macri.
No, I actually wanted to personally congratulate all the students.
Absolutely.
I wanted to congratulate all the students nationwide that have been accepted to the DO schools across the country. It's an amazing accomplishment. Early on in my education and training in medicine, during one of my clinical rotations, a physician advised me to seek out mentors early in my career. And after mentors have been invaluable, both in my professional, but also my personal growth, some of them actually becoming great friends later on in my career. And both my training at NICOM and my mentors taught me not only the fundamentals of becoming a physician, but it also taught me to become a leader and to advocate for change. I stress that most importantly, this is the most amazing time to become a leader and advocate mostly for your patients, most importantly, but advocate for so many other important things that are going on in the world today. So I congratulate you. I am so excited for all of you, and the adventure is about to begin.
Dr. Champion, do you want to say any words of congratulations to kick us off?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. It doesn't feel like that long ago that I was in this seat. I actually had a Facebook post pop up of, how many years ago that I posted that I was accepted into medical school, and specifically the medical schools that I wanted to, because I applied only to DO schools. And I'm really excited to be able to be here and answer any questions that I can. So congratulations, you've worked really hard to get to this spot. And it's a really exciting time. So I just wanted to welcome all of you to the profession. It really is the coolest profession there is.
Perfect. I'll kick us off with our first question of the day. And that is for both of you. What do you hope that viewers get out of the shows that you're a part of? So for you, Dr. Macri, Lenox Hill, and Dr. Champion, Grey's Anatomy, specifically, what do you hope that viewers learn about medicine, the field of medicine? Dr. Champion, if you want to kick us off.
Sure. Well, mine's a little different than Dr. Macri. Dr. Macri herself is like a superstar, but with Grey's Anatomy, I think, I've done a lot of research and I've published a lot of things, but patients don't generally read journal articles. They don't generally read updates that are available in the medical community, but they watch TV shows. They watch Grey's Anatomy. They watch Lenox Hill. And these are shows where they get their medical information. This is where they see what a medical experience should be like in their eyes, because that's how the media portrays it. So one of the reasons I joined the show was it's a great platform to release public health information, to show, for example, this season we're doing COVID. So to show what that looks like and tell the stories of physicians and patients that you don't see on the news, you don't see in other media, and to be able to make those public and to share that education is really a responsibility, and it's an honor.
Absolutely. I hear your sentiment about Dr. Macri, but I'll pass the baton to you, Dr. Macri.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Champion. It's wonderful to meet you. And going with what Dr. Champion's saying, the show on the Lenox Hill series on Netflix really tried to delve deep into the lives of physicians and how that ties to their patient care. Whichever place you choose to train, you're going to learn the medicine. But one of the most important things that I learned while I was training is something that some may think is not learned, but it is learned as you start to see patients, is really connecting with patients, connecting with your community. No matter what specialty you pick, you're going to be part of a community. And that's the way I look at it. When I go to work, I know my community well, they know me. And I'm very grateful for that. Every day that I go to work, I am grateful for the life that I have and my loved ones when I practice emergency medicine. And I always keep that in mind and always able to translate that into empathy for my patients. And I can't stress it enough, becoming an advocate for your patients as well. That's what we wanted to show in the show, portray in the show. And I think that was portrayed beautifully by the filmmakers. Because in the state that we are now, with problems with healthcare reform and, underserved communities and poverty in this country, which are real problems, we're on the front lines of that too. We're not just doctors. We hold many different hats. We wear many different hats at work. And sometimes we're not only the doctor, sometimes we have to be the social worker and everything else for some patients. So that's what the show really wanted to get across, is how our personal lives and the way we grew up ties into the type of doctors we are.
Perfect. I love it. Dr. Macri, this one's specifically for you. It's my understanding that you juggled a lot when you were filming the show. You were expecting your second child, and at one point were completely separated from your family just to ensure their safety during the pandemic. What advice would you give to future physicians about balancing family and personal life, as well as their love for the work that they do in the medical profession?
So, I mean, yeah, so the show was filmed over 2 years, actually. So I had my first and second child through the filming of the show. The end of the filming was challenging because we were met with a pandemic, which was completely unexpected. And so, yes, the show definitely portrays my life as a mom, you know, my having a spouse, getting married, all these life changes that you're going to go through despite your career, you know, in medicine. I was lucky, not lucky, but I knew I wanted to do emergency medicine early on. Emergency medicine gives you the lifestyle that you can have many other priorities going on. For example, having a family, emergency medicine was able to help me with all that. But one thing that's really a really important topic right now in the last decade is physician burnout. So it's a very important topic, and depending where you work, a lot of time is dedicated to it now. We have a whole committee for it. So finding ways personally that you have to get good rest, eat well, work out. You have to take care of yourself through the process, you know, through work. If you don't, you know, unfortunately, we are met with a lot of physician burnout. So I think about that all the time. I find ways to decompress all that stress and sleep deprivation. And fortunately for me, you know, doing emergency medicine, it does just that.
Awesome. Dr. Champion, this one's specifically for you. How many other physicians or medical advisors serve on the team at Grey's Anatomy? And then we have to ask, does being a part of Grey's Anatomy give you the acting bug? As in, can we expect to see you in future shows as an actor or actress?
That's funny. There's 4 physicians on the writing team, and usually that's a pretty big writing team already. Grey's Anatomy has a writing team anywhere around like 16 people in the writer's room, which is a huge team for any show. But to have 4 physicians on staff is a pretty big deal. And then of course we have specialists who we contract with for specific things that we have questions about. So Grey's Anatomy really does hold a very high standard of wanting to make sure that everything on the show is as medically accurate as possible. We don't put anything on the show medically unless it's already happened and been reported to have happened. We don't make things up or scenarios up. As far as acting, I love acting. I mean, I've done stuff like that and was able to be in the show a little bit. It's kind of funny when I'm on set, I've had several people that think I'm Ellen Pompeo. And when I showed the trailer to my parents, they're like, "Oh, that's you." And I'm like, "No, like you're my mom and dad. How do you not know that? That's not me?" But yeah, I think I want to definitely pursue medicine for a while, but I wouldn't be opposed to continuing being involved in media. Like Dr. Macri, like just being able to portray and show those stories of the important messages that are going on behind the scenes at the grassroots level of medicine. I think that those stories are really valuable, and any way that we can tell them, I think we need to be able to do that. And like Dr. Becker was saying, you know, a doctor's job is not just advocating for a patient in the clinic or in the hospital. It's advocating for them in many different ways, whether that be being involved politically. I'm very involved politically in health policy, being involved in public health, and all of these different areas that are unique to each person who enters medicine. And specifically the osteopathic profession, I think, draws in people with a lot of different backgrounds and talents. So tapping into those unique attributes of each person to be able to best advocate for our patients in those different realms.
Thank you. Dr. Macri, in the last episode, you said something along the lines of, this is what we train for. This is the moment in our lives And there will probably not be another moment just like this. And I found that to be really powerful. So I'm curious, if you don't mind, can you share a little bit about what it was like to work on the front lines in New York City during the pandemic, and what advice or words of wisdom you might share with future physicians as they consider their journey to medicine and how COVID has impacted all of us?
Yeah, so COVID was probably one of the biggest challenges of my career. Bigger than going to medical school. Just because we didn't know very much about the virus when we first started receiving patients. We didn't know what criteria to use, how to manage them, and it became this collective project where we all got together almost on a weekly basis. Myself and my colleagues, I reunited with people from medical school, from residency, where we almost we had like group get-together chats on text and video on, hey, what are you doing to manage this, or how are you? So it was really wonderful, actually. It taught me so much how we all came together as a group and became a team, really, amongst my coworkers, and even was able to rekindle friendships and professional friendships that I had during my training, all through a virtual platform, which is great. And it did take me back to one, being, again, very grateful for everything, for everything that I have, my training. And two, I remembered back also, I was very big on the mentoring. I love being a mentor now, but during my training, I had really amazing mentors. And one of my mentors told me, you're always going to be, when you enter the field of medicine, you're always going to be a student. You're always going to be met with challenges. You're not going to know the answers. Even if you got the most perfect grades in medical school, there's going to be a patient presentation that you're going to have to look for help, ask for help, seek the information. So, and that's what's really beautiful about practice in medicine is you are really always a student. And this is something that we will probably only, in my generation, will probably only see once in our career. And when we were met with this challenge, it was a big one. And we had to almost be students all over again at rapid speed. And, it took me back. I haven't thought about that until now. And I was, that was over 12 years ago. And I remember him saying that to me. And I realize now that, yes, we're going to be students even till the very end, because we just don't know what's coming next, So this pandemic definitely taught us a lot, and we worked really hard. It took several months of a lot of ups and downs, but we're still at a good place right now, and that's what I'm most grateful for.
Thank you. Dr. Champion, another one for you. In your opinion, do you think that Grey's Anatomy portrays surgeons and the work that surgeons do accurately?
I think that's difficult. I think if we had a Netflix documentary series on surgical residency and the life of surgeons, it would be a little bit different than what you see on Grey's Anatomy. But I think Grey's Anatomy portrays a lot of the important issues that face physicians and face those in the healthcare field, like Dr. Macri was saying, with burnout and different topics that are important at the time. So this season, we're looking at things like burnout, like COVID, personal relationships in times of intense stress, human trafficking, and how human trafficking victims, the vast majority of them come into contact with physicians and aren't detected. So there's a lot of important things that are shown on the show. But finishing up my residency, it's definitely, not where you get to walk into the building when it's light out, it's dark out, and you don't get to leave the building until it's dark out again. So there's definitely a lot of things that may be a little bit different, but in general, I think a lot of the topics are there.
Thank you, Dr. Champion. This one is from one of our viewers for Dr. Macri. They're wondering why you chose emergency medicine, and do you find it to be a profession where you see a lot of DOs, and wondering, does it allow you to have a decent work-life balance? know we touched on that a little bit before, but.
Yes, definitely. I chose emergency medicine because I had mentioned this before as well. And my last question is that you're constantly being met with challenges in EM, and you're constrained to certain time constraints. You know, emergency rooms tend to be very busy nowadays, more than 25 or 30 years back when the profession first started. I like the fast-paced aspect of medicine while still being challenged in making a diagnosis and managing patients. At the same time, depending on where you practice emergency medicine, you're met with a lot of diversity, which I practice in Manhattan, and I absolutely embrace the diversity of my patient population. It's one of the things that I just absolutely love about my job. And one of the smaller reasons why I chose emergency medicine is it does allow for a wonderful work-life balance. For example, it's shift work, you're not on call, you can make your schedule, so that allows for you to have a family or travel or whatever you love to do. There's definitely a lot of DOs, fellow DOs of mine from NICOM that went into emergency medicine. So there's a good number of DOs in emergency medicine now.
Thank you. Dr. Champion, there's a question for you. How did you become a correspondent for Gray's Anatomy so early in your career?
Well, luckily this show really values being accurate. And one of the things that they offer on the show that's unique is a fellowship for surgical residents specifically. So something that I was really interested in general was being somebody that could be tapped as a source of information for how these shows portray residents and portray medicine in general. Like I said, I have a really big passion for public health, and I also have a background in law. So all of those different things were interesting to the show, and yeah, they brought me on, and I've been there for a little while now, and it's been a really cool experience. So I'm not sure how much longer the fellowship will be available, because I'm not sure how much longer the show will be on, but that is to be determined. But I'm definitely grateful for the opportunity. And it just goes to show you that there's a lot of different careers in medicine. You know, it's not just working at the hospital or in the clinic, but like I was saying earlier, advocating for your patients in any sector of your life that you're passionate about.
Absolutely. For both of you. Do you find that you see more DOs represented in the media, whether that be on Gray's or Lenox Hill? And then what do you think they can do, or we can do as a profession, to be represented more? Dr. Macri, if you want to kick us off, that'd be perfect.
I've kept very much in touch with NICOM, so there are a few of my alumni and fellow colleagues that definitely have gone into different tracks on media. I think it's, now with the way social media is, when I was at NICOM over a decade ago, social media isn't what it is now. So I definitely think it's much more easier to get on social media and make a whole page and just make yourself be known out there. So I think that is a big factor in increasing more DOs being represented. It's just the ease of it now. And I do see a few of my colleagues, doing Instagram and Facebook and everything. Twitter is amazing now. You can get information across to hundreds and hundreds of people within seconds.
Perfect. We have another question that a few of our students are seconding. So I'm going to go ahead and put that one up and let Dr. Champion kick us off with the answer. And that is, how did you both overcome imposter syndrome if you experienced it? And do you have any tips on how to deal with it? That is, again, if you feel that you experienced it.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I'm noticing this coming up a lot. I think that there's a lot of different things that are being tackled by each new generation. And I feel like imposter syndrome is something that's being discussed more with each new generation of physicians. I think most people, I don't know anyone honestly that hasn't experienced imposter syndrome. I think if you haven't experienced it, then maybe there's something not quite right, because it is a humbling profession. When you're taking care of people's lives, you should be humbled, right? You should be a little nervous of some kind. I think that's healthy. And I think I'm grateful for my education. This isn't like my school's paying me to say this or anything. I genuinely feel I went to NOAA Southeastern University, which is now the Kiran Patel College of Osteopathic Medicine at NOAA Southeastern University. I feel like I got a great education, and I feel like I'm a good doctor. I feel like I have really great training. And I think it takes humility when you're approaching the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, whether it be in surgery or emergency medicine or any other field. And so a little bit of that syndrome is it's a good thing to be humbled, but at the same time, remembering that you're trained for what you're doing. You're not being put in a situation you're not supposed to be there. So really just investing yourself in your training and recognizing that you're where you are for a reason, and that you are trained to do a good job.
Fantastic. Anything to add, Dr. Macri?
I think that was great. And I agree with being humbled in medicine. It really, it's what helps me be, the doctor that I am right now. And since it took some time to learn that too, to let the patients teach me in a way, and it makes me very grateful. And I agree with everything Dr. Champion said. It's just it's a very important quality that I think one should carry through their profession.
Perfect. And while I have you speaking, Dr. Macri, here's another one that just came in specifically for you. Dr. Macri, I loved watching you on Lenox Hill, and you're such an inspiration for me. Do you believe that your DO training helped you connect so well with your patients, or did this come with time?
I think it's both. I think my DO training definitely helped me because I made such important friendships and relationships in while I was at NICOM and YIT now. But I also think that it came with time. It was almost like a maturity level that I reached within my own career and within myself, and practicing emergency medicine that definitely came with time. Definitely your training is going to help you with that, but over time is when I developed it.
Fantastic. And believe it or not, we're already coming to a close with our time here. So with that, I just wanted to see any final words or thoughts that you would want to share with the incoming class of 2025.
Sure, I'll start. I think it's really important to remember what you're passionate about, remember why you're going into medicine. And osteopathic medicine is an amazing profession. And it's amazing because the people who choose to go into osteopathic medicine generally and preferably do so because it's something that they're really interested in, that holistic mindset of healthcare, and bringing the background that they bring with them. So I just wanted to remind everyone to make sure that you're honoring your priorities and your passions. When you go throughout medical school, stop and smell the roses and make sure that you give yourself time to breathe and to really enjoy the process as much as possible, because it really is a privilege that we get to go into this field of medicine to be able to take care of patients in their most vulnerable states and be able to be a part of their lives. It's a beautiful thing. So welcome again. And if there's ever any questions that I can answer for you, always feel free to reach out to me on Instagram.
Thank you. Dr. Macri?
I want to congratulate the new accepted students again and wish you the best of luck as well. And, just set your goals really high. You will get through the medicine. It's really getting through what your passions are and reaching them. That's the challenging part, is getting to that peak and staying there for a while. and being happy, because that's what's really going to make you the best physician. I definitely think osteopathic medicine taught me that. You have the added tool of learning osteopathic manipulative medicine, and that's something that you can take with you anywhere to any specialty.
Thank you both so much. I really, again, appreciate your time. I know that you both have very busy schedules and personal lives as well. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for being amazing role models for the DO profession and for our future physicians. And we hope to see you again, hopefully soon in person one day.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
All right, so now it is my honor to highlight the Sherry Arnstein Scholarship. This is, I know that a lot of you have been asking questions about financial aid and resources and ways to seek out scholarships. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about it. So in honor of her life's work and her dedication to public policy, Arnstein's family established the Sherry R. Arnstein Minority Student Scholarship Award, which recognizes underrepresented minority students who are matriculating or attending one of our nation's accredited osteopathic medical schools. To be eligible, an applicant must be an African American, Native American, Alaska Native, or Native Hawaiian, mainland Puerto Rican, or Hispanic American student who has been accepted or is planning to matriculate at one of the ACOM member colleges. What you need to apply to the scholarship is a completed DO student application form, a copy of your acceptance letter from the College of Osteopathic Medicine where you plan to attend in fall of 2021, and then complete one 750-word essay. I could go on and on about the scholarship and the benefits that it offers to future physicians, but I think that these two messages from previous recipients of the scholarship will have a much better impact. And these videos will show you advice on why you too should apply if eligible. So first, I have Dr. Renee Crawford.
Hi everyone, I'm Renee Crawford and I'm an intern at the Phoenix Children's Pediatric Residency Program Alliance. I wish I could be with you all live during this first annual National Student Acceptance Day, but unfortunately, they got me working. I'd like to congratulate all of you on getting accepted into osteopathic medical schools. As class of 2020, I can speak directly to how my osteopathic medical education has helped me thrive, not just survive, but thrive in residency from a holistic point as a learner, and also providing holistic care for my patients and their families. Peds, y'all, we take care of whole families. Anyways, congratulations. This is a great step forward. I really hope that you consider an osteopathic medical education. Can't be beat. Another thing is, I was a recipient during going into my fourth year of the Sherry R. Arnstein Minority Medical Student Award offered through the AACOM. I'm very grateful that I am a recipient of that award, considering that it helped pay for my medical education. And you can apply for this award as an entering medical student from URM backgrounds. What is URM? URM means you are from backgrounds that are underrepresented in medicine compared to the population in the United States. Black, African American, Latinx, Hispanic, Native American, Native Alaskan, Native Hawaiian. You are eligible to apply for this award. I highly recommend you do apply for the award because it really does help you pay for your education. I understand medical school is expensive and having to take out those student loans is no joke. And so this award is for you. You do have a place in osteopathic medicine. The profession needs you. The patients that you will treat need you. This is why you're here. And I dropped two of my email addresses. So rcrawford@atsu.edu as well as rcrawford2@phoenixchildrens.com. Feel free to reach out to me. I always believe in mentorship and having that opportunity to talk to somebody who's been there, who's been through it all, to help guide you when you make your decisions. And if you're interested in peds is where it's at. Again, congratulations. You all did it in a global pandemic. Enjoy this moment. It's the first annual National Student Acceptance Day for osteopathic medical students. Y'all are the class of 2025? I see y'all 2025. Welcome. Looking forward to seeing you all. Enjoy this moment. Osteopathic medicine is very grateful to have you in its ranks. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, my name is Najaha Muse. I am a fourth-year medical student who received the 2019 Sherry Arnstein Minority Student Scholarship. I'd like to just take a few moments and discuss the benefits of the program as well as why I would encourage you to apply. Research shows that minority ethnic groups face unique challenges in the pursuit of higher education that challenge the trajectory of success, including financial limitations, psychosocial stressors, as well as the lack of exposure to mentors in the field of interest. The Sherry Arnstein Scholarship aims to bridge the gap by providing financial support to medical students to alleviate financial burdens. Personally, though, I believe the benefits of this program go beyond the financial incentive. As an example, after I was awarded the scholarship, I received an encouragement email from Dr. Kane, the AACOM president and CEO. That email encouraged me to speak out about some of the systemic injustices that our patients face every day, including racism. After the death of George Floyd in my home state of Minnesota, I contributed to a KSTP Channel 5 segment titled Conversations about Racism and the Road to Equality. I thank Dr. Kane for reminding me to never veer away from the ideals that Sherry Arnstein lived for. Sherry Arnstein was a trailblazer in the medical and public policy landscapes. Her scholarship continues to inspire students like myself to fight for equality in healthcare. So there are two reasons why you should apply to this scholarship. One is that you receive tremendous financial support. These funds can be used for tuition or any other financial need. Two is that you get to share your vision for increasing minority students in the medical field. And I think that is a very invaluable aspect of this scholarship program. So there you have it, some of the benefits of the program as well as why you should all apply this year. Thank you for listening.
All right, so you can find more information on the Sherry Arnstein Scholarship Award on aacom.com. Now, I promised you all that I would show you a few more words of wisdom videos from some physicians in some of our schools, so I'm going to do that now with our time prior to our happy hour with current medical students. So with that, here's a video from the one and only Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine, Dr. Doodle, and his parents.
Hi everyone, my name is student Dr. Allison Nesbitt. I'm a fourth-year osteopathic medical student who is applying this match season into family medicine.
And I'm Dr. Peter Nesbitt. I'm an interventional radiology resident.
And this, of course, is our pup, Dr. Doodle, who is a therapy dog and also one of the only practicing physicians of osteopathic medicine.
Allison and I are great examples of what you can do with the osteopathic school. Whether you want to be more specialized, surgical, especially like myself, or want to practice medicine in a more generalized setting, the possibilities really are endless for you.
And you still have plenty of time to decide what you want to do. Our words of wisdom are to remember that healthcare is a team effort and teamwork makes the dream work. So remember to rely on your peers, the students who are in the years above you, the residents and attending physicians that you'll eventually work with. We've all been in your shoes and you are not in this alone. So don't be afraid to reach out, of course, to us on Instagram or to those you're surrounded by. We wanted to give you guys a virtual high five and be among the first to congratulate you on entering this incredible field.
Congratulations, everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Shinban Liu. I'm a recent NYU General Surgery Residency graduate, and currently I'm a minimally invasive surgery fellow at Emory University. First and foremost, I wanted to congratulate all of you for being accepted to an osteopathic medical school. I know that this accomplishment is no small feat, and it took a lot of hard work and dedication. Some advice that I wish I knew when I was a medical student is to always remember that you are enough. Throughout your entire medical journey, you're going to have moments of self-doubt and exhaustion, and that's when it's important to lean on your support system. And always remember the importance of self-care, because you can't pour from an empty glass. Lastly, I think it's important to enter medical school with an open mind, because when I started, I wanted to do primary care and family medicine, and I didn't realize I had such a passion for surgery until I went off on clinical rotations. So with that, please feel free to connect with me on social media to ask me any other questions you might have, and otherwise, welcome to the osteopathic family.
I want to take this opportunity to congratulate each and every one of you on your acceptance to VCOM Carolinas. VCOM Carolinas is a place like no other, in my humble opinion. We are a true family. We embrace each person with respect and dignity. We take pride in getting to know every single person by name. I ask this of myself, and I ask this of all of my faculty and staff as well. When you come to VCOM, we want you to come in and just bloom where you're planted. We want you to be the best version of yourself. We're going to teach you to be a good doctor. We want you to also be the best all-around person you can be. VCOM Carolinas is blessed with beautiful weather, a lot of activities outdoors, and just a welcome environment. I'm so thrilled to have you joining us here in the fall of 2021, and we look forward to seeing you very soon. Stay well and be safe.
Hi, my name is Nicolette Finger, and I'm a first-year resident in San Antonio, Texas, specializing in physical medicine and rehabilitation. I just first want to congratulate you for matching to a DO school. You have so many wonderful experiences ahead. Personally, I chose DO because I have a background in nutrition, and I felt that combined with a Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine degree, I would be able to provide my patients with the most holistic, whole person care. I want to offer you a little bit of advice before you start your medical career. And that is not to compare yourself or your own journey to anybody else's. You're unique, and what you bring to the medical field is really what we need. We need you. So I'm so excited to see all of your fresh faces join this wonderful field of osteopathic medicine. Congratulations again. We're so excited that you've joined our family.
Hello and welcome to the next class of student doctors. On behalf of KCU faculty, staff, and administration, I just want to say congrats on joining the class of 2025. I know that the tremendous grit, tenacity, and resilience you have demonstrated to get to this point, so let me be one of the first to offer my heartfelt congrats as you complete the next steps towards realizing your dream of becoming an osteopathic physician.
The world needs more DOs. Thanks for choosing to be one.
Woohoo! You did it! You made this far! Congratulations from everyone at Kansas City University. Best wishes to you. These are going to be the best years of your life.
As you will soon learn, KCU is more like a family. So on behalf of the entire admissions team, welcome to the family.
Hey, class of 2025, congratulations on making it into medical school. So proud of all of you and for all your hard work. We can't wait to meet you and enjoy the journey. It's going to be a great time.
Applying to med school isn't easy. Med school isn't easy, but it's so worth it. Congratulations.
You worked super hard to be here and your work has finally paid off. This white coat is going to look so great on you.
We can't wait to meet you this fall. Congratulations.
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 Congrats, best of luck, and you did it.
on behalf of the Heritage College, congratulations on your acceptance to medical school. We're so proud of you, and we're looking forward to helping you on your journey to becoming outstanding osteopathic physicians.
On behalf of our team here at the West Virginia School of Osteopathic Medicine, I'd like to congratulate you on your acceptance and let you know we're here to support you on your journey to becoming an osteopathic physician.
From all of us here in the admissions office at WVSOM, we want to congratulate you on your acceptance. It's not easy getting into medical school, so you should be proud of this accomplishment. We look forward to seeing you on campus.
Congratulations on your acceptance to medical school. We here at the West Virginia School of Osteopathic Medicine can't wait to have you on our campus. Congratulations. We're so very proud of you.
Congratulations, you did it. All the years of hard work and sacrifice to get to this point have finally paid off. And here at Oklahoma State University College of Osteopathic Medicine, we welcome you and can't wait to support you as you begin your journey towards becoming a physician.
All right. Hopefully you enjoyed some of those messages from our physicians and our colleges of medicine. We know that they are all thrilled to meet you in the coming months and really are just glad to welcome you to the osteopathic family. Now we're headed into part of the program, a happy hour or social hour with some of our current students. And I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that, or I'd be lying if I told you that this wasn't my favorite part. I love working with our students and I miss working with them one-on-one and in person. So I'm excited to connect with them virtually and also just to share their time with you. So our 6 current medical students are joining us tonight from 6 different colleges of osteopathic medicine. And each of the students that are joining us tonight has previously served or is currently serving on the Council of Osteopathic Student Government Presidents, more fondly known as COSGP. COSGP is the official National Leadership Council of ACOM and is the only organization that represents all osteopathic medical students. COSGP is comprised of the Student Government Council presidents from each of our nation's osteopathic medical colleges and serves as the liaison between osteopathic professional organizations and all students. An important goal of COSGP is to foster professional development and leadership among osteopathic medical students and to advocate for their interests, to learn, share, lead, and empower. Tonight is supposed to be all about fun. We're going to have some fun. You can ask some questions of our COSGP students. They are current medical students living, eating, and breathing the life that you will soon live. And they are also each in different journeys or different, stages of their journey. In that we have a first year, a second year, a third year, and a fourth year, and they cannot wait to meet you. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves one by one. Welcome, Colin.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Lovely. I'm pretty technologically not with it. So what's going on, guys? My name is Second Lieutenant Colin Hannock of the United States Air Force. I attend the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine on the Health Profession Scholarship Program at the United States Air Force. And I am a 3rd-year freezing student in Chicago with no hair. So it wouldn't be a medicine panel if there wasn't one at least one bald person. So I'll be that person for y'all tonight.
Next up.
Hi, I'm Shanette. I'm a 4th-year medical student at the University Incarnate Word in San Antonio. I'm a member of the first class here, And I am also freezing because it's in the 60s right now, which is very cold. Not as cold as Chicago, but I'm excited to be here with y'all.
Welcome, Ryan.
Hey, Aaron. My name is Ryan Williamson. I'm an OMS2. Like Colin, I'm serving in the Air Force on a health profession scholarship program, and I currently am the SGA president at Liberty University College of Osteopathic Medicine down in Virginia.
Hi, I'm Nneka Okonkwo. I am a first year attending Touro University in California. It's not that cold over here, but it's a little chilly. It's nice to meet you all.
It wouldn't be a Zoom chat if we didn't talk about the weather, right? Ed?
Oh, it's me. Hi. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
My name is Ed. I'm an OMS 4, and I think Sinead and I are the only ones that got the white coat memo, but I'm wearing mine. I served as the PR Web and Relations chair member on the executive board of COSGP last year, and I'm currently applying into emergency medicine.
And last but certainly not least, Bree.
Hey everybody, I'm Bree Howerton. I'm an OMS2 at LeCom Bradenton, and I'm so excited to be here.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I'm so excited to see your faces. I know it's been a minute since I saw you last, so thanks for being here. Really quickly, before we kick it off and let the questions start rolling in, I just want to remind all of our viewers that we do have the Scrubs giveaway happening, and our student doctors here are going to help us give away the 10 scrubs at the end of our chat this evening. So you'll find out if you're a winner right here with us, and I know that they can't wait to bestow that honor. But I want to remind you that you can still enter, and let me just put up the proper hashtags and who you need to follow along the bottom of the screen. And then I also want to announce that we've had a couple questions come in about what is the discount code that is for DO students specifically. And it's going to be really simple. You can use Choose DO at checkout at JANU on your first order to get 30% off. So with that, I'm going to kick us off with a question that we get all the time. And I'll let you each weigh in on this if you would like. Let's bat it to Ryan to begin with. How do you cope with the stigma against DOs? And I'd like to rephrase that, however. Do you really think there is a stigma against DOs? Let's start with that. Ryan?
Yeah, it's a great question, Aaron. And it's funny. That's very much, I think, a question that is still active and live in the pre-med advisor circle. Specifically, right when you're in the process of navigating medical school applications. For myself, a few years ago, I flat out had my pre-med advisor tell me we can go to MD schools, or you're not going to be a real doctor. And it's funny because the second you step out of the pre-med advisor's office and you go work in a real clinic or a hospital, and you're working with actual providers, that it's not a thing. I'm going to be quite frank with you. I've worked with sports medicine, primary care physicians. I've worked with emergency docs. I've worked with general surgeons, all DOs and MDs combined, right? And it was always a colleague aspect. In fact, medicine, especially now, is going so team-oriented with various levels of mid-level providers and general physicians as well, that attitude just doesn't get you far in the clinic. It doesn't get you far in the hospital. So while I don't want to take away from any of that anxiety that might be on any applicant or current recipient of a acceptance letter, I just want to provide some encouragement that once you're on the other side of that coin, and you're actually doing the work and you're grinding out and you're learning all the same things as your friends and your colleagues that are in an MD program or a DO program, it's really just not technically a stigma. So in terms of how do I cope with it? Well, at first, it was just, I would say, getting out of where I currently was in that situation and then being able to be exposed to new clinical opportunities and realize that, okay, it's kind of up in my head. That's not to say I'll be blunt. You might encounter someone who makes like an offside comment, or even in the news a few months ago, there was some kind of just misinformation, and you are given the opportunity to be like, you know what, I'm learning the exact same material as my colleagues that are in MD programs and allopathic programs. And the only addition is a couple more hours in some manual medicine course where I'm able to add another tool to my tool belt. And we'll go into later, I'm sure, Aaron, some questions about what osteopathic medicine is and kind of what the DO difference is. But in my perspective, I come from Boston originally, so I've been able to work with a lot of great hospitals up there. Folks care about your work ethic and what you bring to the table. The letters after that are really just icing on the cake. So I tell everyone, medical school, whether allopathic or osteopathic, is what you make out of it. Everyone is given the opportunity, like the same once you're in, and then you really choose what you do with that. So in terms of the stigma, I'd say I haven't encountered it personally in my career, and any comments I've heard from other folks are, quite frankly, usually out of a place of just not understanding. You can do a little bit of gentle education, let them know, hey, still learning the same material, still happy to do it, and ultimately still grateful for the opportunity to be a physician. Thanks, Sarah.
Absolutely.
Hey, wait.
I'm actually gonna.
Not only you learn the same material, you learn more material, and then you take their exams and we wipe them clean with it.
I also, if anyone else wants to weigh in, that's perfectly fine. I'll keep batting each of you questions. But I'm wondering, Shanetta, if you have anything to add to that, especially as you apply to surgery residencies at this point.
Yeah, so while I don't think that there's a difference on clinical rotations and stuff, because obviously we're working with people who want to take us as students, I do think there is still a little bit of a stigma against DOs when applying to residencies. We just recently combined the AOA and the ACGME residency, so there are no longer any DO-only residency programs, which is, I think, an awesome step for DOs and MDs being on the same level playing field. But if you look at a lot of programs, there are programs that don't have any DOs, or they only have MDs. And sometimes there is education that happens in the interview. I had one a couple of weeks ago where I had to explain what the licensure process is for a DO, but at the same time, I was offered an interview there. So it shows that they're looking at DO applicants. But it is important to know that not everybody is aware of what exactly a DO is and what our path is getting into that interview room in the first place. But once we're out there, like he said, once we're out there practicing, it is all about work ethic.
And Ed, if you want to jump in from another fourth year perspective.
Yeah, I think as a fourth year, like Shanetta and I are nearing the end of the tunnel, thankfully. But there is some stigma left over. I'm just going to be straightforward with that. On rotations, not so much, because you're there working as hard as all students. I did a very competitive sub-I in emergency medicine, and I worked with students from UCSF, and we were almost basically indistinguishable. Unless you physically asked where I was going to school, you wouldn't have known I was a DO. Additionally, I've interviewed at places where I was the only DO applicant in the room. Out of 10 applicants, I was the only DO person. So I think the stigma is going away fast. If you hop over on Med Twitter, you'll see so many high-profile MDs backing up DOs, coming to the aid of DOs, and basically squashing any type of negative stigma. And in terms of you personally as an applicant for residency in the future, it's what you do in your 4 years of medical education that kind of sets you apart. There's a reason why I was potentially the only DO applicant in that entire pool, because I took my degree and I was proud of it and I made the best of it and I invested fully into my degree. So is there a stigma? A little bit. Does it really matter in the long run? I don't think so.
Thank you. So this one is specifically for Colin and Ryan. How has balancing military training and med school worked out for you? And would you choose the HPSP program again? And then I don't know if you guys were listening in earlier, but we obviously had our NASA physicians on here. So there's definitely some interest in aerospace medicine. And do either of you have plans for that or interest in that? And Colin, I'll let you kick us off and then Ryan can add.
Yeah, for sure. Excuse me. So no, I was away at work all day. I want to see some recordings, listen to some NASA physicians. That sounds super cool. So you have to look at, I guess, like, to answer that question, you have to look at your requirements throughout medical school. So the military really leaves you alone for the most part, and they let you do your thing. You don't really have a lot of time during the actual semesters or quarters or whatever your school does to do additional trainings and things. But in your breaks, like between first and second year, you'll probably do an officer training. Between second and third year, depending on your branch, you might do another. And then at the beginning of your fourth year, for the most part, on all 3 scholarships, Army, Navy, and Air Force, you'll do 2 months of rotations on a military base. But for the most part, it's pretty chill. They just kind of let you do your thing. But there's definitely a billion benefits to being on the scholarship. Everything from finance to being in the military to an awesome community of people to serving the greatest people in the world, which is the individuals in our military. There's a billion benefits, but I don't think balancing it has been too crazy of an issue. And just real quick plug for the scholarship. If there's anyone out there that has any questions at all, me, Ryan, and literally anyone on the scholarship is more than willing to take time to talk to you. So reach out and talk to people, because that's the best way to find out about the scholarship. The internet, I don't think does it justice. Ryan?
It's hard to follow Colin because he's got about the same energy as an entire stadium full of people at a football game. So it's I'll do my best. But like Colin said, the military option is great. I will say this though, if you have to want to serve, right? I think a lot of folks see and get kind of told somebody like, oh, free med school, right? That sounds fantastic. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to be an officer in the military, whatever branch you choose. Obviously, Colin and I are biased, go Air Force, but we have friends in the Navy, we got friends in the Army. And everyone I've worked with that's enjoyed their experience in military medicine, enjoyed it because they knew what they were getting into. Not just, oh, my school's getting covered for it, but I'm also going to be an active member of the military, right? If the decision is strictly financial, most folks don't enjoy it. They end up going in, getting out in 4 years. You can get out after 4 years, and that's after your residency, right? So a lot of folks don't know, okay, well, if I'm in school, and then I do my residency in the military, and then I'm done. No, it's you do your residency, and then you do 4 years as an attending physician. That's as a captain. And you can stay in. A lot of times you'll learn to be a major, maybe stay in all the way and be a colonel. Great opportunities for career, like Colin said, incredible opportunities financially to not have to worry about taking on more debt. But I will tell you that if it's just for the cash, that wouldn't be a good reason, because it's not fair to you. You're going to get pitched a lot of different financial advice coming into the medical field. You're kind of going to have a target on your back for the next 15 years from people that want to tell you how to invest your money. White Coat Invest is a book a lot of folks try to tell you to read, and he was somebody who did military himself, and ultimately, if you do the math, you kind of come out at the same if you do opportunity cost. So if you're strictly doing financially, I wouldn't recommend it. I am incredibly honored to serve. My grandfather was in the Army. I got several friends that were Army Rangers. I chose Air Force because they gave me the best opportunity looking at 3 branches, but that's why I do it. Colin is the same way. Colin loves our service members. Colin is looking forward to giving back to that community. So that's just what I wanted to kind of hone in. In terms of the Air Force Aerospace Medicine, if we get Colin in Space Force, I'll be the first person to sign up next to him. I think that'd be fantastic. But that's just another example of opportunities, right? Like what other person could say, hey, I'm going to med school. I can also get taught how to fly an airplane during my during an elective after one of my training years in residency, because that's an option. They let you go do flight training too. My dad's beating me on the back, like, dude, if you don't learn how to fly an airplane, you're not going home. So that's just something to think about in terms of additional opportunities. But other than that, I have nothing bad to say about it. Worked out for Colin and I really well so far.
Thank you. This question I'm going to back to Bree first, and then NECA, if you'll weigh in as well. How has being a medical student during COVID impacted your education? What are the pros and cons of learning medicine during a pandemic?
The loaded question of the night. Okay, so I would say innovation is a pro and a con. My school is kind of equipped because Florida, with the hurricanes, they were kind of ready to go online. We're not a traditionally online school. We have PBL learning, and so it's all group work all the time. So if someone in our group at some point lost internet during the pandemic, that was kind of an issue for participation. But I would say I think it's overall not been like the end of the world. My clinic hours and the opportunities for standardized patients and working with like underserved people has been kind of cut off for the time being, which is okay. I'm still just a second year, and so I have like a lot more ways to go about doing clinical stuff. But as far as like preclinical, I really think that we kind of hit the lottery. We got graduation our first year. We got part of our class like in person. And then we didn't have to reschedule boards or anything like that. So honestly, it hasn't been the best, but it hasn't been the worst. You kind of just like take with what you got. The cons of learning, I think, is my school is already a very independent learning pathway. And so being cut off from social environments and like studying at Starbucks or Panera or something like that was not an option for a long time. That was a con. But for pros, a lot of schools have like come up with like telehealth medicine certificates and like kind of innovated in that way. So I would say there's both pros and cons, but it has not been like life altering.
I agree with a lot of what you said, Bree. I would say that definitely cons are with like not having versatility in the study spaces. As far as me, I'm a first year, so I have not been able to experience medical school outside of the Zoom world. None of my classes have been in person, and I chose the DO route for osteopathic manipulative medicine, and I'm not able to touch anyone right now, so I'm not really getting that aspect of the education, but my school has like contingency programs, and they plan on giving us like a osteopathy boot camp, and like we won't be missing out on that. But I'm like eager to get to learning with my hands. So I'm just echoing what Bree said, and then adding that tidbit from a
Thank you.
perspective.
All right, this question I'll have Sinead start us off. How has OMM or being a DO helped you as a medical student thus far? And how do you suspect it will benefit you in your various or different specialties, especially wondering as it relates to surgery? And then Ed, I'll have you add in on that emergency medicine piece.
I think the number one thing for me is our hands. From day one or whenever you guys get to be in class again, we are putting our hands on bodies, and we are feeling what bodies feel like and what tissue texture changes feel like. And that has been awesome for me in surgery. I'm able to feel things through pickups and through my instruments. And I think that's something that with 200 extra hours of practice in the classroom has totally benefited me in the surgical room. And then also we get asked all the time by our surgeons about anatomy, and that OMM, those 200 hours of OMM is more anatomy. And I feel very confident in my ability to answer those questions and identify what's going on with my patients while they're asleep.
So like I mentioned before, I'm going into emergency medicine, and emergency medicine, excuse me, is really about getting the job done, right? Stabilizing the patient and then getting them to the proper areas they need to be in. And so sometimes OMM isn't the best modality for that, because I think if you rush OMM, you really do it a disservice. And OMM is like kind of a longitudinal treatment modality, in my opinion. There's some techniques that can be worked really well, really fast. But outside of that, though, I think what OMM has taught me is, like Sinead said, you get really good at anatomy, and you get really good at palpation, and you get really good at your other senses. And that sounds so cheesy, but it's really true, because I've had patients come in for a minor trauma, and you palpate their back and you can feel something displaced. I've palpated a kneecap, and before we even got the x-ray, I felt that it was probably fractured in half, and I was correct because of the palpatory skills from OMM. And secondly, OMM has been like, it's become more widestream in the sense that, like, I've had attendings say to me, like, if you want to do OMM on this patient, we have time, go ahead and do it. And funny story is that I was recently on an interview where an Ivy League trained MD told me that she thought OMM was super cool, and then asked me what my favorite technique was, which is muscle energy. But it was really cool to hear that from a Ivy League doc, who's never had OMM in their life. But it's becoming more of a wider. It's growing in terms of fan base.
Yeah, and I guess I have two things to say to that. So number one, being a third-year med student, right? I'm fortunate enough to be on rotations right now. I'm currently doing a month of anesthesia, and a lot of the things that I'm seeing in this private practice that I'm at is pain injections. So this morning from like, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., I'm like checking in a bunch of patients, tons and tons of just gnarly low back pain. It's patient's first injection, it's their third injection. They're taking, various like NSAIDs, right? So like your Excedrins, your aspirin, stuff like that, just chronically trying to deal with this really, really bad pain. And right, as kind of Ed said, it's all about picking the right modality. And when it comes to pain management, these people are looking for like any modality at all to help. My dad has like really gnarly lumbar stenosis. So I went through this with my family. I've been going through this for several years. And something I talked to him is just various things with OMM. So the way I kind of look at OMM is just like additional tools in the toolbox, right? And so there's this one thing called the constant rest position that I remember learning like my first time, first quarter in OMM as a first year, and you just lay on your back and you put like your feet up on just like a chair that's not too high, and you just feel like the tissue in your low back, they call it just like melting. And it's amazing. And although that won't cure, lumbar stenosis, it's a structural issue, it helps. And it just relieves some pain for a bit. And so I was talking to real life human beings about that this morning and teaching them, kind of going back to what Sinead said, how you get a better idea of understanding anatomy. So your muscles that line your entire spinal canal, they're, attached to your hip bones, attached to the base of your skull, and they pull on each. And so they cause, bad headaches, and they cause low back pain. And if you can just, rub those muscles and rub that tissue, rub that fascia, and just loosen up, it's amazing. And so just real quick, like other big point on that is when the question is helped you as a medical student so far, right? So a lot of medical students, if you maybe go in right after undergrad, or maybe you take a few years off like me, I'm just a late 20s dude in med school trying to learn things that help people. My parents are getting older, right? My mom deals with gnarly migraines. I came home as a first year med student over winter break. I was like, Mom, let me try this like subox release thing. And every time I'm home now, like that cures, like literally cures her migraines. So it's cool because it just helps you as a human being, be a better human being to people by just telling them more useful things.
Thank you. I appreciate that perspective. Here's a little bit of a more fun one, and I bet each of you probably has a little bit different story. But how did you all decide to get involved in student government on your campuses? Go ahead, Bree.
I was like, I want to take it. Okay, so I've been in student government since 6th grade. I came straight from undergrad. I was an early affiliate in our early comm program. And I just really want to help the world around me. I got really interested in like being a part of making the rules better. I'm a big rule follower, but not when the rules are dumb. And so I really wanted to optimize and efficiency. And it continues to be like how it is today for me. We're really involved with all kinds of things at my school, with the national level. And recently, COSGP has given me the opportunity to be a student delegate to the AOA and House of Delegates, which is where we kind of make the laws that govern osteopathic physicians. That was like so cool to me. And going to like Congress for DO Day on the Hill has really given me like a new excitement for like real politics that I did not know I had. So that's also really exciting.
Colin, do you want to weigh in on that? Or I'm not sure what you're saying.
We're all just clowning at each other with this USGP swag. No, I honestly, I was not like Bree. I never, ever wanted to associate myself with anyone in any type of student government until I got to med school. And I was like, wow, I really care about these people. Like they need good people in those positions to make sure they're doing good things. So I don't think I really ever cared about my student body enough until I got to med school. And I was like, all right, we got to take care of each other.
That's awesome. I appreciate that. This one, I'll have Ryan, you want to kick us off, and then whoever wants to jump in can. Do you all have any suggestions for the most important factors to consider when choosing which DO school to attend if they're fortunate enough to have more than one acceptance? So first of all, Allison, congratulations. That's a great predicament to be in. And Ryan, if you'll if you're able, kick us off. If not, anyone else can answer.
No, I'd love to. Like Aaron said, Allison, I mean, that's a great spot to be in for sure. That ultimately, the first 2 years of medical school, no matter where you're at, it's going to be a lot of time with you and your computer and some textbooks if you use them or not, and just forcing things into your brain, right? The fun stuff comes when you're like your Ed and Colin out there treating patients and getting to use that. The first 2 years, fun but challenging, right? So what you're going to be looking at in regards to what is going to be helpful for you is what is the best environment that you can be in, where you have a support system nearby or on call close to you, where you can just do some really intense work for the next year of your life. Because it sounds like a broken record, and I know med school is really hard, but I can assure you, whether it's undergrad or graduate school, I mean, I had 2 degrees before coming to medical school. None of it is going to prepare you for what is the equivalent of like your entire undergraduate degree in biology or biochemistry given at you in like 6 weeks in your first year of med school. And then when you get into your second year, as nothing matters to you except your board exams, right? And then the third and fourth years are laughing because they're probably like, God, been there, done that. Don't want to ever do that year of my life again. But just thinking about if you have family nearby, I think that's probably good for you. If cost of living is something you're concerned about, if you're on loans, again, those are kind of those things that are very easy to not think about when you're so excited about going to medical school. And you're like, I just want a great view. But ultimately, and what program do you feel at home at? And that sounds cheesy as well. But truthfully, what program is going to look at you as a person, not just as like a new member of this class, but as something that they want to give you the opportunities, whether if you really like going them, and that's something you're really interested in, then you want to make sure that the program that you're going to has a robust OMM program. Everyone has OMM departments, right? But you want to find a school that is, hey, that's something they're really proud of. It's something that really have opportunities for you to learn on your own outside of your OMM class. If you want research, if you love going into academics, want to get a couple publications, look in to see if one of the schools you're accepted to has a robust research program, right? So every schools have the pros and cons. Location is big for you as well. Like I said, being close to your family is huge for some people. I moved down to Virginia from Boston. I'd never been to Virginia. Unfortunately, I was pretty independent, so it was okay for me. But some folks can't imagine being more than 3 hours away from their family, right? So those are some of those factors I think you're going to want to look at. If you're married, same idea. You want to see, is this a place your spouse can work? So those things that once the excitement of going to medical school kind of wears off, you got to think logistically, is this some place I could see myself for at least the next 2 years? And then a lot of places will have you do rotations in state, sometimes outside of the state as well. So that's what I would say.
So I was going to say, I disagree that the fun doesn't start until 3rd and 4th year. I learned to dance. I went skydiving. I ate a lot of food. There's a lot of things that I did during my 1st and 2nd year. And I'm very grateful to be in the city that I was in for that. So if life outside of medical school is also important to you, do take that into account. Location is important. Do you want to live somewhere where you're really cold, or do you want to go somewhere that's warm? If those are options that you have. So yeah, I would think about those things, because 2 years of stress in the books needs to be relieved somehow. And so you want to have an outlet or a way to go outside and do things when you're not studying. But that would be my tiny little piece to add to that.
Perfect. Thank you. NECA, I'm going to give you this next question if you don't mind, and I'm sure everyone can weigh in on this, but unless you have something novel to add, we'll move on to the next one after NECA. Do you have any advice for balancing personal life and the demands of medical school? NECA, you good?
Sorry, audio issues. So as far as personal life, being in my first semester, with the whole undergrad being thrown at you in your first 6 weeks kind of vibe that was just mentioned, it's really about scheduling and scheduling time for yourself. And then I don't know if we're all in the same boat, but we're pretty much really smart in the top of all of our classes, and then you get to med school and you're with a bunch of other really smart people, and you kind of just have to begin to like accept you're not going to be getting all A's, but what are you learning? What are you getting from that? So I would say like it's your thoughts, being kind with your words to yourself, balancing that you may not have done well, but how can you do better? Just kind of like keeping things in front of you, and giving yourself time to breathe is really what I would emphasize.
Thank you. Colin, this one's for you. I'm in my late 20s entering medical school, like Colin. I'm a bit worried about going into medical school many years older than my peers and wondering if you could provide any advice or insight into how it's been.
Yeah, I think thinking long term, like, could you see yourself anywhere else? Probably not. Like, that's why you spent so many years trying to get to med school. So it sounds kind of ridiculous, but don't think about it too much. Just, you've made this decision and own it and absolutely roll with it. I think it kind of goes back into something one of the videos said a few minutes before we were introduced, but just to not compare yourself to others. You really can't in any aspect of life. People are just coming from all deep, dark corners of the earth to medical school, and everyone is such on their own path. So just let it ride. But you're right. When you count out the years of, oh, that's when I'm going to finish like fellowship, if that's what I want to do, like, oh, that sounds really bad. But then you get out, on rotations and you meet people in the hospital who did the exact same thing as you, and they're living easy. So don't trip too hard.
Bree, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, so I don't think you should be that concerned. At WECOM, we tend to track in a lot of non-traditionals. For example, my class, their average age is 29, and there's all kinds of groups, like clubs and stuff for people who are older, people who are younger. We have the Student Advocacy Association for families and spouses, and that's like a national one, so most schools should probably have some equivalent. So I don't think you should worry because you got this.
And Ed?
Yeah, Colin, how old are you, Colin?
Not that old. I'm only 26. I just said like late 20s. I was like, oh no, I think people think that's like the big 2.9, but it's the hairline or lack thereof. People just think I'm like 40 when I got the mask on. I'm like, dude, I'm a attending surgeon. I swear.
Bro, believe me, I know. I'm 28. I might be the oldest one in this group. So I started med school much later. I took an extra year in undergrad to get a minor. I did a year of master's and I took a year off to work. So I came in 3 years removed from the process. And all my buddies are married, have kids, own houses, and here I am on a mountain of debt. And my partner is 29 and we're both going into emergency medicine. So conceivably we'll be like 33, 34 when we finish residency. Is that an issue? I mean, not really. It saves me a lot of money. Otherwise, like I don't go out and party as much as I do. I stay home to study and eat. But I think the couple years of removal between undergrad and college, undergrad and med school have really helped me in my maturity, in my thought processes when it comes to approaching medical school. Because I think for me, at least my personal, like knowing how I am, if I had gone from college straight to medical school, I would have floundered a little bit and it would have been much harder and I might not have worked as hard or as diligently. So I think going into your late 20s, Harminder, is fine. I think you're going to come in with a lot of experience that your younger colleagues won't. And I think you'll be a pillar of kind of leadership and counsel for your younger classmates.
Thank you. And Sinead, I'll have you kick us off with this one, and then Ryan, if you have anything to add. How do you study OMM techniques? Do you have to practice on your friends?
Yeah. I'm a very hands-on person. It's probably not good I don't like reading that much. I very much would rather practice hands-on, and so I always had a group of people that I would practice with. And then once you get out into your rotations, I worked with a lot of MDs who let me practice on their patients if their patients were okay with it. A lot of my family members and a lot of office staff as well. Everybody always has a headache or some back pain or anything that you can really do. And so my studying was active, putting my hands on people and learning how the body feels, I think is super important.
That's a great point. Yeah, and I think we have to break this down into pre-COVID, post-COVID. This is the 2020 trend, and I'm hoping for those of you starting at school next year, right, we get a little back to a sense of normal. O&M is something. It's like any other skill, right? So if you don't use it, you lose it. Especially when it's for a lot of folks. For me, it was my first experience. I worked with one doc, if you don't know. But then coming into it, seeing it, like being taught it, it's very, it seems like a steep learning curve at first because it might be some new ideas that you're kind of understanding in terms of different, layers of palpation, like getting skin, subcutaneous fascia, then muscle and bone. But once it clicks, it's probably the coolest thing. And you do get to practice with your friends. Small groups are a big thing. A lot of schools do practicals. Sometimes they'll do what's called a checkout, which is like before you have a practical, you'll have your graduate teaching assistant or some of your faculty walk you through some techniques to make sure you're keeping up with the material. The best advice I ever got, which is I didn't always follow, is if you do like an hour or two every week to keep up with it, it doesn't feel like it's really this big, giant extra class on top of your more traditional science and pathology work. But it's fun. Like you're going to go home from your first break. Usually, almost everyone tries something out on their parents or their family members or a neighbor or something. Hey, let me check out if you have an anterior talus on your foot, and then you pop your foot, right? And it's the coolest thing. You learn how to crack bash. You learn how to, like Colin said, actually make an impact in someone's daily life and pain management. And for me, I mean, that's one of the most fascinating things ever. Right when I graduated college, we were hitting the kind of peak of opioid crisis in Massachusetts. 2016, we just got out. Folks were like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have been giving, just all these opioids to people for every small thing. To be able to say, hey, I have another modality to help navigate what you're going through, which is really real, is going to get you so much, not just like, I wouldn't say like street cred, but it's really just you're going to get to a place of trust with your patients that is so hard to come by if it's just through prescriptions and things of that nature, right? But enjoy the learning process and get frustrated at first. But yeah, when you're going to do it, I definitely recommend it with friends. I used to do it with my friends like once or twice a month on the weekends, and you just make a pot of coffee, and then you just go through your PowerPoint. Like, all right, what are we feeling? What are we going through? What's the setup? You're going to learn all these cool techniques. Some of them you're going to think are you're never going to use them, but you're going to learn them. That's just like any other aspect of medicine. Some of them are going to be bread and butter, and you're going to be like begging someone, hey, is your hamstring tight? Please let me fit you. Please, I can do it right now. So I think it's going to be one of the more enjoyable parts of your medical career.
If you guys out there couldn't tell, me and Ryan are total talkers, and I'm currently on the COSGP executive board. And something we did, because everything was so virtual when we got elected back in March, that all the exec boards, we split up the whole general counsel and called each person. And I was like, oh, Ryan Williamson sounds like a normal dude. I called Ryan, and me and Ryan talked for 2 hours, like first time we'd ever talked to each other on the phone.
All right. Next question. Ed, I'll have you kick us off. What is it about medicine that makes you excited about the future?
That is a loaded question. I'm going, Sinead's going to surgery. I'm going to emergency medicine. And these two fields are kind of where you get a lot of innovation and next generation type of, things. Surgery with the Da Vinci robot and, emergency medicine with the new ways we're treating pain and dealing with epidemics and social medicine. I think what really excites me about medicine is that we have young people coming into medicine. And what do I mean by that? I think that in tradition, the old guard physicians have been more concrete in their ways. I'm trying to be very delicate, by the way I say this. But we, as osteopathic medical students, we've been really lucky because we've recruited a ton of diverse and really open-minded and very just caring individuals. And I think what excites me about that is that we're getting all these new students who are going to be physicians in short years, who have the courage to make change. Obviously, with the Black Lives Matter movement, with LGBTQIA, diversity inclusion, with recognizing underserved patients and their issues, these are things that are currently plaguing medicine. I think people come into medical school because they think they're going to learn about disease and pathology, which you will. But I think a lot of students also forget that we're learning about society and how to become physicians and how to treat people, the families, and their communities. And I think osteopathic medicine is a really good intersection of all of this because, you hear about DOs treating the mind, body, and spirit. And that is what makes me excited about medicine, is the people that we're recruiting into osteopathic medicine and the students.
Who wants to add to that?
I will.
Becca?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I was going to add that I'm excited about medicine because when you come into it, there's a lot of things that people are like, oh, they used to do that and they don't do that anymore. And I love that things can change within months, even just how COVID was being treated. It's like, oh, we tried this as a gold standard and now they've learned like we're not doing that. Just like I love the way that it changes the pace. The fact that you can go into medical offices and now they're asking you, what are your pronouns? I just love the fact that things are changing, and it's students like us that are also changing things. It's just what Ed was talking about the youth coming in and people not being afraid to do things differently. And that's what excites me about the future of medicine.
The only thing I was going to add is that we have a lot of knowledge about certain parts of medicine, but we're learning how important it is, like bacteria, the microbiome, the macrobiome, like all of your different biomes. I am a huge microbiome person. I'm very interested in gastroenterology. And so that is what I'm excited about. And the like interplay between like the brain gut like axis, I think is where I'm gonna save the world.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So we know that Ed's looking towards emergency medicine residencies. We've got Sinead looking towards surgery residencies. But for the rest of you, what residency options are all of you looking forward to or interested in, or do you even know yet? Because that's another thing I feel like many medical students don't really figure that out till their third year. So let's kick us off with NECA, Bree, Colin, Ryan.
Coming into this, my idea was that I was going to go into family medicine. I'm very community-based with my activism and just my work experience. So that was my thought. But every time I talk to someone, they're like, wait till third year, you might get called by some other specialty. But the thing that I'm most looking forward to are my clinical internships, as far as we have like a global health program here. So I would like to get experience in other countries like that. So those are what I'm looking forward to right away. I am not sure what specialty I might land into. Other than that,
I am also waiting for the calling. I walked into med school being like, anesthesia. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Then we started doing GI and I got into research there. So that's really interesting to me too. The advice that I was always given was like, wait until you're doing it hands-on. You can shadow and you can watch, but it's not till you're doing it that you know whether or not you want to do it for the rest of your life. And so the only thing that I know I'm not interested in is OB and eyeballs. After that, the sky's the limit.
That's unreal. Yeah, I definitely, being in the thick of it now, of going through various things and actually doing it, you get different vibes for sure. And I'm following in the lovely, soft, but oh so loud footsteps of the Sinead Kirkpatrick. And I'm going to apply to general surgery. And when hopefully some of you reach out, we can get in contact and just talk so much military. There's unfrickin' real opportunities through ER, anesthesia, surgery for the United States military, and it jacks me up thinking about that. I'm going surgery.
There's one thing you know about Colin is that he's jacked up most of the time. I'll be the first to tell you, just like everyone else here, so I'm not the first one to tell you then. It really comes down to once you get into it. I came in here into medical school with about a year or two of being able to work in a few different specialties, but it's not the same as like actually doing the work at the provider level, right? So I love to talk. That's pretty clear. So I was leaning towards family medicine. I love community. I've been to pediatrics because I love kids, but I also have been heavily involved in sports and athletics. And the military loves sports medicine. They love sports medicine docs. They love because everyone that's active duty and affiliated with the military is technically in their eyes an athlete, whether or not they're actually doing it, but they got PT tests, right? So that's kind of where I'm leaning towards, maybe be family medicine and the sports medicine fellowship. But I'm very aware that I like solving problems that day. So there's a pretty good chance I get another surgery rotation. I'm like, wow, I really want to do that. So we'll see. But for now, I'm going to keep my eyes open. But I can tell some of the reset. I know I don't want to do anesthesia because if I'm talking to someone who's asleep, they're going to think I'm crazy. And I don't want to do eyeballs either because I would probably get bored. So that's where I'm leaning.
Hey, in anesthesia, you get to talk to me, which is also very exciting.
I take it all back.
Wait, real quick, Williamson. I don't think it's crazy to talk to someone that's asleep, but I'll think you're crazy if you think they're talking back to you.
Perfect. We've got one more question, at least. So how soon should we start the research during medical school to become a competitive applicant when applying to residencies? So I'll allow Ed and Sinead to weigh in here. Ed and Sinead happens to rhyme.
We know. We come in pairs. First of all, Ollie, that's a good question. Second of all, chill for a little bit. You just got into med school, kind of relish in that first. I think it depends on the specialty. Emergency medicine is really lucky where we don't really need to do a lot of research. But emergency medicine is also kind of pretty competitive. I did research like maybe the year before I got into med school, and I haven't done a single bit of research since because I hate it. That's my personal thought on that. Sinead's probably got something different.
I did a lot of research in undergrad, but coming into third year, or really the second half third year, when you have to start looking at what type of residency you want to apply to, I was not the characteristic competitive applicant. I don't have a lot of research, and I probably could have done better academically, but I'm over here interviewing for my dream job. And I think, research is one thing, and there will be programs who want people who do research, and there will be programs who don't care as much, and you'll magically find yourself in a place that has the same priorities as you do. And so if research is something you're passionate about, go ahead and do that. And if it's not, don't. I don't think it's going to hurt you that much as long as you work really hard on every other part of your application. And then if you're looking for what a competitive applicant would be for different specialties, just work as hard as you can. I am a big advocate for not letting your scores or anything else determine what kind of doctor that you can be, because we can be whatever kind of doctor we want to be, regardless of what our numbers look like. And I think getting into medical school, I took the MCAT 5 times. And that's, for me, getting to medical school was an epic example of that. It doesn't matter what my number is. I'm going to be the type of doctor I want to be. And so that's just my 2 cents on that.
Perfect. Thank y'all. I appreciate that. Okay, back to Ryan and Colin. Do HBSP scholars get to pick which residency they want to enter, or does it depend on the military's needs?
Yeah, this is a really long answer, so I don't want to take up there's just a lot that goes into this. There really is. So I don't want to take up a lot of the time. But yes, you do get to pick what residency you want to enter. But as Ryan oh so eloquently said, which I tell every single person, do not join the scholarship unless you want to serve in the United States military. There are, and all I'm going to diverge off on that is just say that, and I guarantee you, like student doctor Ed, how do I say your last name?
Ing.
Student Dr. Ing will be joining us in the armed forces after medical school, after residency. There are other ways to serve. A lot of students don't need to do the HPSP program. There are other programs. I have a buddy's dad who's 30 years as a trauma surgeon, and he just went active duty in the Navy after his youngest kid graduated high school, because that's what he's always wanted to do. So there's other ways to go about things, but yes, you get to choose. But if, let's say, you want to do, pediatrics, well, hey, the military may say we only need 6 pediatricians this year. You second ranked internal medicine. We're going to place you into internal medicine because there was 20 people that applied for the 6 spots of pediatrics. So it is complicated depending on which branch you're in. And to be perfectly honest with you, I have no idea if they're going to force you into another residency, and don't want to get quoted saying too much. But if you don't want to join the military, don't do the scholarship.
Yeah, Colin makes a great point. Military recruiters are a whole different ball game. I wish I could get paid to just say whatever I wanted all the time. But when it comes to it's always the needs of the Air Force, right? Or the needs of the Navy, or the needs of the Army. Now, if you really want to be a pediatrician and you're in the Navy and you want to go match a peds, and they say, okay, well, we have 15 spots for peds this year, and you don't get one of those spots, you can then do a GMO towards general medical officer. So basically, if you're saying, like, well, I'm in the military and I want to do this, but I didn't get to match my residency, it happens. It's not the end of the world. You then get to go serve as a general medical officer for a year. You'd be working with a group. You get a group of guys and gals, and they're your unit, and you take care of them, and you're their doc. And then you can reapply to residency later. Traditionally, and this is a pretty good spot, most folks, you get the residency you want. However, there might not be the type you want in that branch, right? So, for example, before coming to med school, I was part of the idea of doing a med peds program. For those of you who don't know, that's internal medicine and pediatrics combined residency, right? It's really cool. You get to do a 4-year residency. We get dual certified in both. And you get 2 full years of training with children, 2 full years of training with adults. I thought that was a great idea. Air Force, I reached out to them. They were like, yeah, that sounds cool. We don't do that. And that was a hard no. That wasn't like, oh, maybe. That's a hard no. There are opportunities to do civilian deferred residencies. Don't hang your hat on it. Don't think I'm going to be the one who gets to match neuro at Hopkins, because I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if you want to do something, the military can get you there. It might be a year or 2 longer than you'd like. You might get to do civilian deferred, you might not. But if you're thinking, I have to be this one niche thing, but you do want to serve the military, it might be a better bet to go take loans out, go to school, and then re-enlist after. They'll pay all your stuff back for you. It's a great kind of way to do it too. So those are just some options. You'll get a lot more info with your actually HPSP specific individuals, but your general recruiters aren't going to be able to give you too much. And even the HPSP recruiters, I would say find a military doc and talk to them directly for the most up-to-date, accurate stuff.
Thank you. Let's see, maybe one more question before we close out. We've talked a lot about HPSP tonight. So for those of us that aren't on HPSP, how are you paying for medical school?
Loans, and loans.
Yes, loans.
All of them.
My school does scholarships, one of the semesters and not the other. But I would say, as terrifying as it is, I came out of undergrad with no debt, which is super exciting. They do tell you how to defer your debt from undergrad to med school. So if that applies to you, don't worry about it. They take care of that for you. There's like a form you fill out. But yeah, all the loans.
So something I played sports in college, so luckily I didn't have debt from that, but I did a master's program and I took out as little as possible and I was more stressed about money than I was about studying. And I don't recommend that be the case. From my personal experience, there are a ton of loans that the school can help you get, and I recommend doing them. I saw a question on there earlier about working. My school doesn't allow us to work unless we have special permission from the dean if you have like families and stuff. So just take the loans. Like, Lord help us one day, maybe they'll all disappear or something. But it's better to focus on your studies than your bank account while you're here.
Aaron, you're muted.
I swear I keep doing that. I said it earlier. I was like, after 9 months of doing Zoom, you would think you'd not mute yourself, but it just happens. So here we go. So I just want to, before we head into our closing announcement of the winners of the scrubs, I just want to thank each of you for a couple of things. One, for joining us this evening. I know that each of you has incredibly busy schedules, and I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being amazing role models of future physicians and future medical students. We really appreciate each of you and being awesome future DOs. So thank you for all that you do, all that you've done for COSGP, and all that you'll do in the future, because I know you're going to be amazing physicians. So with that, these guys are going to help us announce the winners of the 10 free pairs of scrubs that Janu is giving out. So a couple things before we announce the winners. One is that regardless of whether you won, Janu is offering that 30% discount code specifically for DO students that have been accepted to medical school. So that 30% off code you can use at checkout, and it is choose DO. And then I think that's all you need to know. The 10 winners will also receive a message on Instagram directly from Janu with more information on how to get your free pair of scrubs. So you'll get scrubs and masks, and you can rock some new attire as you head into medical school. So, are you guys ready? Okay, Colin's gonna announce winner one.
All right, and real quick, do you want me to, can I give their name and then handle?
Yep, you can.
All right, so we got Jenny Krispy Kreme Kim here at JKIMMED. Congratulations, girl. And runner up, should I go number two?
Winner two.
Lovely. Number two, we got Sophie. She only wears cozy socks. Hockran at SHOCKRAN99. Congratulations, ladies.
Awesome. Next up.
I am not that animated, but our next winner is Akila Goel. I hope I said that right. Congratulations. Everyone go follow her at Akila X Goel. And then number 4, we have Tiana Kessenberry. Kessenberry? At TI_137. Congrats, guys.
Winner 5 from Bree.
Next, we have the world's greatest strawberry lemonade maker, Naomi Marie.
And Ed.
I get to do 2, right? So
yeah,
I'm going to do a quick magic trick for you guys. Ready? All right. If I just do this, 2 names pop out. We got Suraj Patel as one of them. And then we got Dav Alpatel.
I love it. All right, Ryan, I don't know if you can
What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with that? I got a cat. Give me a second. That's it. You made me bring out Peaches. I didn't want to do it, but now I'm bringing out Peaches. Yeah, this is happening. For number 8, Shivani today at Shivani24 is going to be the next Janu model. So congratulations. And I believe at number 9, we have Cheyenne Lockwood, which is at Shay Lockwood on all the Insta handle, whatnot. So that's me and Peaches, and she's the most magical thing in my life. So thanks, Ed, for making me do that. I appreciate you.
And last but certainly not least, winner number 10 is
Painty Shah. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for helping us announce those winners. Again, all of you who won will get a message directly from Johnny on Instagram on how to redeem that offer. And then obviously the exclusive discount code is still scrolling at the bottom. It is ChooseDO for 30% off. For the rest of you, thank you all for being here. Happy National Accepted Students Day. Thank you for being here, and we will catch everyone next
Follow
time.
me on Instagram. Everyone follow us. We want to be Janu famous also.
How do you change your name? How do you toss that handle up?
You can click on the little dots on your thing where it says you're in the show and click edit name.
We're not desperate for followers, I promise.
All right, so all the
Speak for
Instagram handles
yourself.
are popping up. We've got lots of thank yous coming in from all of our friends. Jenny says thank you. She loves Krispy Kremes. Sophie, thank you. Akila. Ryan, you're on mute.
I saw coolsy and I thought that was my new favorite word. So
Yeah. If anyone has any HPSP questions, like I said, feel more than I can't speak. Feel more than free to reach out at that. Make sure you spell my name right though. I'm not a 2Ler, and my last name ain't Hancock.
Yeah, I'm sure all of us would love your DM questions. If you have anything, for sure, reach out. We're all one big family here, and you've been accepted, so welcome to the family.
You guys are going to be doctors. Isn't that crazy? Holy cow.
Ed, we're going to be doctors in less than 6 months.
Don't remind me.
All right, team. Thank you all so much. And from our team at ACOM, thank you all for joining us today. We are so thrilled to welcome the class of 2025 to the osteopathic family and cannot wait to see you on a campus near us so soon. Have a great night, and we will see you all later.